for our session.
And teachers are the worst with these kinds of things, right?
They're going to sit in the back.
They're going to sit and they're going to talk the whole time. Yeah.
Well,
And
if
then,
they start flying paper airplanes with no
then we'll know. Then we'll know. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Okay, good for you.
Is this your computer?
Yeah, it's mine.
Okay,
Don't touch it. It's kind of seems stable right now.
I won't. Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you received some sustenance and some coffee as well. We are entering now into a session that I've really been looking forward to. I mentioned to the panel just now that Whitehead's book, Aims of Education, is, I think, one of the most easily quotable books of Whitehead. And that's saying quite a lot, since a lot of his books are quite quotable. So I'm happy to introduce Dr. Lynn Sargent de Jong, who's had a career in progressive education that spans more than 40 years. She served as the founding head of East Bay Sierra School, which later merged with another school to form Prospect Sierra School, becoming one of the preeminent schools in the San Francisco Bay Area. Prior to work in independent schools, she spent 15 years in public education, administering federal funds to innovative programs, advocating for project learning as an alternative to textbooks, and pushing for integration in Massachusetts schools. Her BA is in history from Harvard University, a master's in library science from Simmons College, and a PhD in higher education from Cornell. She's the recent author of the excellent book, Starting with Whitehead, Raising Children to Thrive in Treacherous Times. I can recommend that book highly to all of you. And she is aptly the right person, I'd say, to moderate this session then on process, philosophy, and education. So please help me welcome Dr. de Jong.
Thank you. First, I want to call everyone in from the foyer. Come all you fair and tender people. We're down to an elite few here, so we need all the listeners we can get. This third session on process philosophy in practice focuses on education. Now, nearly everyone in this conference is associated in some way with the question of how process philosophy informs or should inform educational practice. And each one of our speakers is engaged on a path not only of discovering their own role in this endeavor, but at the same time asking how they can help other teachers most effectively utilize their talents in interacting with their students. Our first speaker, Sinnen van Stietenkorn, comes to us from Bad Heilbrunn in southern Germany, where he is lead curator on nature at the Art and Nature Foundation. As curator, he is responsible for developing innovative cultural and educational projects on topics of nature, philosophy, and art. In his regional collaboration, in this regard, he collaborates with national parks, environmental education institutes, and the Academy of Philosophical Education and Value Dialogue in Munich. And I believe they're having a conference this July.
No, that's
Different one?
Munich School of Philosophy.
I stand corrected. For the last 14 years, he has worked as a trainer of teachers and developer of teaching programs. In this work, he has been deeply influenced by process thinking and Eastern philosophies, as well as coyote teaching, which is a modern form of inquiry learning based on Socratic questioning. A coyote teacher never gives direct answers and answers questions with other questions, inspiring students to dig deeper into lessons and search for embedded or connected lessons. A successful coyote teacher inspires students to learn at their own rate until the student no longer depends on the coyote teacher. Naturally, when a student is trained by a coyote teacher, the student becomes adept to that style of teaching and can, in turn, mentor more students in this method. A common saying among coyote teachers is, when raised by a coyote, one becomes a coyote. Currently, Sinead is contributing essays on Whitehead's Rhythm of Education for a new German compendium of the life and work of Alfred North Whitehead. Sinead's paper is entitled Overcoming the Bifurcation of Mind and Education and Daily Life, the speedometer model of values and contrast in action. So let's speed up. Welcome.
Thank you so much for this kind introduction and your elaborations on coyote teaching. I really hope I can live up to the task, and we're going to have a lot of coyotes here in the audience later. Yeah, okay, is it better? Okay.
Yes.
Well, when I sent Andrew my paper title, I did not expect him to open the conference with a presentation on a physiological bifurcation of the mind into the two hemispheres, and it really struck me, so I actually included it into my presentation as one of the examples. But that's not the only example. Later I'm going to refer to a lot of different talks that we heard over the last 3 days, and I'm really glad to be able to talk at this conference, at this time of the conference. I think the 50th anniversary of the Center for Process Studies is a very good moment to ask the question of whether our fascination for process relational thinking actually makes it to a visceral level. So did it really touch our deep subconscious presuppositions that are rooted in our culture, language, and values? And for that sense, I brought a training device for non-dual practitioners, as I hopefully see a lot of you here in the room, which I developed in discussion with my colleagues Marek Bartos and Christoph Rude, based on existing similar models, and mostly I refined it during a decade of teaching teachers in open dialogue moderation. So this model helps to abstain from polarizing in thought, language, and social interaction, and it helps to maintain orientation and agency within the complexity of our daily experience. So I'm going to go into 3 steps, my presentation is going to have 3 steps. And I think of this model as a Swiss Army knife. So a Swiss Army knife is a really good tool to have with you at all times, and I encourage you to use this model to just, doodling while you're on the telephone, or in the same sense that we do awareness training while we wash our hands or brush our teeth. But of course, a big tool shed, a workshop, needs more than just a Swiss Army knife. So it's just a small contribution. This is where I work. As you can see, it's in the middle of nowhere, but it's also in the middle of everywhere and everything. As a curator, my job is to orchestrate interdisciplinary exchange at the intersection of art, environmental science, culture, and application. So we work with farmers, foresters, gardeners, but also artists, researchers, and students. And it's a wonderful work, and process philosophy has been a guiding principle for me, though it barely ever shows really, I'm not talking about process philosophy, I'm trying to live it. I'm trying to make it applicable and tangible. Let's dive into this term, bifurcation of the mind. I think Whitehead states very clearly that one striking feature of the fragmentary continuum of our daily experience is a periodic rhythm. This rhythm usually happens between 2 poles, sometimes 3, but I'm going to focus on 2. We're currently facing a reality that is getting more and more polarized, politically, socially, but also in our communication culture and in the notions that we use to structure our thoughts. And I think this is closely linked to these quotes that I put on the slide. It says, the creative process is rhythmic in process and reality. In the introductions of mathematics, he writes, the whole life of nature is dominated by the existence of periodic events. And in Aims of Education, he writes, life is essentially periodic, and we usually have two poles in this periodic structure. And I thought that quite strikingly, the first blog entry of the tonight starting Common Good Film Festival is called Depolarizing Cinema for a Polarized World. And what I call the bifurcation of the mind is, in fact, a special case of a cultural or collective fallacy of misplaced concreteness. It is when the experience of dualism turns into a mentality of duality. So you can see you've got this periodic rhythm, and if you cut it in the middle, both of the sides drop down and become extremes. That's what I call the bifurcation of the mind. Something between maybe yes and maybe no, and sometimes yes and sometimes no, becomes a definite yes and definite no, and it turns into a communication culture that becomes more and more violent. Because when any two poles of this periodic system become not just conceptually distinguished, but experienced as separated qualities, it gives rise to a logic of the excluded middle, and thereby it allows populism, extremism, and reductionism to happen. So when you watch public television and any kind of public debate, you will probably notice nowadays a very common communication habit of favoring one side while at the same time disregarding the other side as nonsensical or plain wrong. The winner in a debate is now not who wins over the other side with good arguments, but who actually pushes the opponent down into defeat. Marshall Rosenberg, the founder of nonviolent communication, says, violence starts when we see the other as a member of a group or a type and not as a human being. Because our empathy with a fellow human being forbids violence because it will also hurt ourselves. But a foreigner, a member of the opposite sex, or the other political party, or just an animal, or just a tree, this distinction allows and justifies violent behavior. So let's jump into this speedometer model. As you can see, I did not only, how did you say speedometer? Speedometer, sorry, I'm not a native speaker. So I did not only include speed, but also sloth. Okay, before there's a disclaimer that I want to make. I'm using a quote here from The Rhythm of Education of Whitehead. I'd really like to point out that what I'm about to tell is nothing new. No one in this room is going to be very surprised, and no one in this room is going to say, wow, I did not know that beforehand. It is really an obvious truth, especially when you deal with process philosophy. But at the same time, I'm not sure if we're all living it and if we're all practicing it enough. And that is why I chose this topic for my address. So the classical description of values is heavily influenced by Aristotle's teaching of the golden mean. And here you can see that this is actually a linear model with two extremes. On the left side, there's a deficiency. On the right side, there's excess. And then somehow a miracle appears, and in the middle, we've got the virtue. Now, the striking difference between this original form and what I'm going to tell you later is that that it has, on one side, deficiency, on the other side, excess. And I'm going to explain what this means. So let's use an example that you all know, right? On the left side, there's cowardice. Cowardice, is that a good pronunciation? So I'm not strong enough to do this. I'm just going to run away. And on the other side is rashness or recklessness, which is just jumping into danger and endangering everyone around you. And in the middle, there's the virtue or the value of courage. Now, when you look at this closely, there's actually something missing, because cowardice has a quality in it, a very essential quality, and that's caution. So when we go to, when we go to the next slide, you can see that I added one element, and this element is a counter value to courage. So when you have caution and you exceed in caution, you become a coward. When you have courage and you exceed in courage, you become reckless or rash. But at the same time, caution and courage have an interdependence that cannot really be thought without. Because caution without courage becomes cowardice, and courage without caution becomes rashness. So you see that these positive upper elements, they are interdependent, and they cannot be conceptualized without reference to the other. So we're going to jump to the speedometer model now, and it is really just that. In German, there's a term called, literally translated, it's donkey bridge. It's like a slightly silly explanation that's slightly silly in order for you to remember it better. And so this is a donkey bridge. Okay, it's a speedometer, just like the one that you know. And a speedometer has 4 different qualities. These 4 qualities are, it's stuck? Oh, yeah, it comes slowly. These 4 qualities are slow, fast, too slow, and you cannot see it but it says too fast. So no surprise there. Now, why? I'm going to jump this so you can see it all at once. So as you can see, I explained that slow and fast overlap, because it's really dependent on the situation when something is slow, and it's dependent on the situation when something is fast. Because it could be that for someone, the middle point feels slow, and for the other person, the middle point feels fast. But then there are these red parts on the bottom, and I want to go into these extremes. By the way, for the use of the model, it doesn't make any difference whether slow is left or right. Like, you can switch this, it really doesn't make any difference. But now to the extremes. There are a lot of valid and justified reasons to go very slow. For example, when you're parking or when you're next to a cliff. Or very fast, because you're in an ambulance, for example. But generally speaking, at the ends of the speedometer, the risk to lose track of the opposite value and therefore entering a bifurcation of the mind rises up. As an example, when you're being very self-conscious, it is easy to lose sight of caution and thereby become reckless. When you're very cautious, it's easy to lose sight of confidence and become timid. Likewise, precision without effectivity turns into a pointless loss in detail, like a pathological collector, for example, and effectivity without precision becomes destructive, like an elephant in the porcelain shop. Comfort without excitement will eventually lack zest of life, or as Whitehead would say, seed times of degeneration, and excitement without comfort becomes terror. The opposites, therefore, must not be disjoined. As long as they are connected, even extremes can be good when carefully chosen. Herein lies a really interesting concept of evil, because evil in that sense is too much of one good with a substantial lack of the other opposing good. So let's go back to Aristotle's example here. And you see I added some elements. Those already engulfed by the bifurcation of the mind will usually not perceive people from the other side of the speedometer in their quality. Instead, they will perceive them in the excessive quality. So the cautious will perceive the courageous as reckless, and the courageous will perceive the cautious as a coward. They would, however, enter a completely different mode of interaction and mutual appreciation when considering this with a speedometer model. The cowardice person actually excels at the quality caution, and the rash person at courage. But they both might lack a trait of the other. So one could say, look, I'm really admiring how courageous you are. It's just too fast for me. It's a little bit too much. You know, it's a different thing than saying, don't be so rash. Okay, so it becomes more appreciative when you don't disjoin these two sides. So there's another line, which is one that goes down, exaggerated criticism, and the other one is the positive development, because when the cautious one really becomes a coward, he or she needs courage, needs to be encouraged. And when the reckless one really becomes rash and reckless, then on the other hand, they can develop themselves by training in caution. So I'm going to show you now 3 slides with lists of polarities. And I'm not going to go into all of them, but if you're interested, then please take a picture or write down the ones that you're interested in, because you can actually use them to practice yourself. Oh, I forgot something important. Do you see up there, it popped up something, which is valor, and that is actually, when we successfully incorporate both qualities, a virtue arises. And that's an element of emergence that I'm going to talk about later, but you will already guess what it is. It's the integration of contrast. So let's look at these. I'm just going to put them all on the slide. This is from education, and I'm going to pick out one of them, the last one, affirmation or constructive criticism. I found it really interesting to talk with teachers and find out that their understanding of appreciation was only the left side, only affirmation, only acceptance. And they did not realize that appreciation also includes criticism, constructive criticism, being seen, some friction area. That is an essential element of appreciation. And I think a teacher needs to know that. Oh, 5 minutes? Okay. Now let's jump to politics and society. Especially in Germany, the avoidance of conflicts as a peace-loving country, and now facing the conflict in the Ukraine, has posed a really big challenge on politics. But also, when you think about wealth and sustainable handling of resources, the European Union uses 23 times the agricultural area of Germany outside of the European Union to sustain its wealth. That is not sustainable at all. And we need to see how we can preserve wealth, but at the same time, lower our consumption of resources. And I'm going to come to some examples from Whitehead. I added the pages so you can look it up. These are all from Aims of Education or Process and Reality. And I'm going to look more into the last one, but I'd like to read you the quote of the second last one, which I find beautiful, and it might be interesting for Merlin's study on fungi. He says, "Thus, the problem for nature is the production of societies which are structured with a high complexity and which are at the same time unspecialized. In this way, intensity is mated with survival." And I find that to be a really, really nice polarity. But I also picked up some more during the last 3 days. Timothy Murphy, for example, talked about instrumental value and intrinsic value. John Becker talked about polyphilic pluralism and common elements in various religions. O'Neill van Horn talked about certainty and uncertainty. Andrew Schwartz and also Megan Anderson talked about individual identity and social relations. And Andrew Doss talked about local autonomy and radical connectivity. So I encourage all of the speakers, if you find one of these polarities in your talks, in your papers, try and make a speedometer out of it. Okay, let's go to the art of progress, because I find that a beautiful example. Whitehead writes, another contrast is equally essential for the understanding of ideals. The contrast between order as the condition for excellence and order as stifling the freshness of living. The paradox which wrecks so many promising theories of education is that the training which produces skill is so very apt to stifle imaginative zest. The art of progress is to preserve order amid change and to preserve change amid order. And I'm going to jump to the stuck again. Okay, here. So when you put that into the speedometer, then it becomes a really nice balance. And you can see that, and then a few paragraphs later, Whitehead writes, "Order is not sufficient. What is required is something much more complex. It is order entering upon novelty, so that the massiveness of order does not degenerate into mere repetition, and so that the novelty is always reflected upon a background of system." So you see that true novelty, by integration of contrast, needs to see both sides together, and then the many become one and are increased by one. So there's going to be a new quality arising, and this new quality is not a compromise of the two sides. A compromise is the least common denominator. It is instead a synergy or a symbiosis. It's a win-win situation, and they can only be achieved according to certain situations and with a lot of creativity. Now I'm gonna, now you know what's coming. Andrew, this is for you. So I'm just gonna put these all in there because I wanted to show you that it's not just 4 points that you can put in there, but really as much as you want. There's one missing, I don't know why. Oh, yeah. So I wouldn't put holism on the right side. That's my critical response to your paper. I think holism is the emergent quality, but maybe I've misunderstood what you said there. Yeah, we'll talk about it later. But what I find interesting here is that when you start arranging these terms, and you as native speakers might arrange these terms slightly different or might find different terms, what happens is that you actually put this duality or this polar rhythm into a spectrum, and you start learning languages or notions that help you describe the entire spectrum and give you more flexibility and more freedom to move on this spectrum. Because what I usually say is that you have a home zone, like an area where you say this is where I'm really good at, and a learning zone on the other side, which is something that you should probably practice. Because if we think of the life as a polar continuum that is just rocking forth and back, then the best survival strategy is to be able to move on the entire spectrum. So it means that if you see yourself on the bottom left or on the top left, then start practicing on the right, or if it's the other way around, this is your learning challenge. And I'm gonna, 2 minutes, perfect. I'm gonna jump to one last example, which is sustainability and consumption. And I find this example to be very important, and we've used it a lot in our work on sustainability education, because sustainable consumption is not just about using less. It's not just about saving resources. It is also about finding the wealth in the scarcity, and to see that scarcity itself can be a quality, like fasting, for example, is a really important quality, but it doesn't work if you only fast. So you need to see where are the elements, and where can I find wealth and luxury and splurging in a way that it doesn't use any resources. And I'm thinking about spring and all the flowers and all the, experiencing sunshine when we're coming out of a cold room. That is splurging, that is luxury, but it doesn't cost anything. So when we think about sustainable consumption, we need to really try to get the entire spectrum, because if we tell our children, you need to live sustainable, that means you cannot enjoy life. My father always used to say, it's organic, but it still tastes good, And if we use that, then we're not gonna encourage the upcoming generations to live sustainably. Okay, I'm gonna go to the last slide now, which is a summary, and I would really like you to see this as like a pocket tool. It's something that you can do. You can doodle while you're on the train, or while you sit at home and you think, oh, I just discovered this duality, or this dualism, this dual pair, and I'm going to make a spectrum out of it. And when you do that often, then I'm inspired by our first speaker today with the wave. I think when you do that often, your mind and your actions become more flexible, and you can actually serve the wave of polarity by freely navigating the pulse of life. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. You've given us a lot to think about. Our second speaker is Thomas Estes, who is currently completing a doctoral program in higher education at Northwind Theological Seminary under the direction of Thomas J. Ord. Thomas lives with his wife Bailey in Abilene, Texas, where he serves as a pastor at the Cottonwood Baptist Church. Isn't that a wonderful Texas sound? And teaches at the Hardin-Simmons University. In his copious free time, he writes songs, wrestles with philosophical relationships of hope, beauty, and tragedy. What a great wrestle. Estes' paper is titled Pedagogies of the Possible, Beauty, Tragedy, and Hope in Higher Education. Please welcome Thomas Estes.
All right. Well, I'll try not to embarrass my advisor since he's in the room. But I'm also acutely aware that I've only known about process thought for probably 3 or 4 years now, and I'm going on my 4th year in higher education. So your experience vastly outweighs mine, but I would like to offer some thoughts in hopes of stimulating some dialogue. So. I suspect most people teaching in higher education remember something beautiful that attracted them as students. For me, the professor's office, among other things, had a powerful aesthetic appeal. Shelves bursting at the seams with books. Some professors had more books than others. Symbolized fecund knowledge and the noble discipline of a life devoted to wisdom. I felt the serenity of being surrounded by volumes huddled quietly together, but I also sensed that time-worn binding struggled to contain the vitality of worlds waiting to be discovered therein. As part of a library, each text gained intensity and contributed to the massive feeling of the whole, as Whitehead would say. So the professor's office was alluring. It was an enchanted space, a holy ground that opened possibilities that altered the trajectory of my life. But when I finally had the opportunity to decorate my own office as a fledgling instructor, heartbreak overshadowed most of the delight. The small private university that hired me was coming off the first what would become several years of program closures and faculty layoffs. My interview for a full-time position resulted in a part-time contract within an already diminished school of theology. The Board of Trustees decided to shutter our seminary and its graduate programs before the year's end. Suddenly, a building that housed a faculty staff of 16 now held only 4. And my desk felt less like a sanctuary and more like a lonely island in a tempest of anxiety and grief. Whitehead, I think, spoke truly. It seems to be in the nature of things that youthful dreams yield harvests of tragedy. Higher education's problems are evident and well documented. There's no need to rehearse them all here, but just to name a few, despite good intentions, the American university system often reinforces social inequality instead of mitigating it. Students are burdened with debt, adjuncts are exploited, political battles over curriculum and academic freedom are now a regular feature of the daily news. Then there is the enrollment crisis. College participation has been trending downward since 2009. There appears to be no end in sight. Indeed, many are warning of an impending enrollment cliff after 2025 because of the steep decline in birth rate during the Great Recession. A general population with fewer college-aged individuals does not bode well for the viability of many institutions that are already shrinking and struggling to survive. And as someone who has invested so much preparing for a potential future in higher education, it's easy to despair. Prospects look bleak. At the same time, my Christian faith tradition reminds me that death precedes new life. The present form of this world is passing away. The disquietude of our here and now, its political challenges and ecological crises, its peculiar sorrows and existential unease, asks something more of us, a broader and less restrained imagination. It calls us to string our bows together and cast the arrows of our longing beyond the present form of this world. But cast them where and toward what? And that question is raised by Miroslav Volf and Ryan McAnally-Liz. As I have wrestled with these questions, process thinkers have been constant companions and sources of hope and courage. Moreover, the Center for Process Studies has played no small role in encouraging that work, and for that I'm profoundly grateful. So let me begin with Whitehead, who helps us to see that education is much bigger than schooling. The subject of education, he says, is life in all its manifestations. So on the one hand, this memorable, if hyperbolic, epigram suggests that education aims for artful living and not merely information transfer. On the other hand, it illustrates how the seamless coat of learning must transcend the classroom to be as extensive as life. The system as such misses too many people, too many years of their lives, and too much of life's wide variety. One of Whitehead's conversations with Lucius Price illustrates this point, I think. Whitehead's reflecting on how Americans can give a good education not to a few, but to all. He says this: I would be inclined to require universal education, say, up to the age of 16. Then between 16 and 19, infuse it with the elements of practicality. After that, there would need to be widest possible access to opportunity for further study, both in institutions and outside of them, as by university extension lecturers, so that people could satisfy their curiosity about all sorts of subjects and find their special aptitudes. Their reading, too, would be enlivened by personal association with lecturers. I would make some of this advanced education compulsory and keep up the process of education to the age of 90. So I've seen John and Marjorie and others here who are, living that before our eyes. And then Whitehead closes with this thought: mind you, I doubt if these great universities with their high concentrations of specialized learning and societies of scholars so shut off from the daily lives of average people are altogether a good thing. While universities may not be altogether a good thing, I experienced a transformative pedagogy of the possible coming up at small liberal arts colleges. In using this phrase, I'm following Vlad Glavenou, who perceptibly observes that although the possible is ever present, its exploration cannot be taken for granted. Openness to differences and to the novelties that emerge from engaging with them is not a given, but something to be taught, to be modeled. And to their credit, several of my professors kept differences in play, giving me a fair chance at becoming a subject beyond the cultural conditioning of my childhood. And so the sorrow I feel as I watch these institutions decline flows from a shared history and experiences of value. That said, Whitehead's comments about opportunities for study both in institutions and outside of them reminds us that while universities can facilitate contact with the possible, they are neither its source nor our only place of access. The possible is not a creature of the university, it's the other way around. So, assuming the Earth survives, and I'll come back to this point, we may take some solace in knowing that possibilities for zest and well-being will outlive the death of beloved institutions, just as they outrun the reach of harmful institutions that employ what Glavenou would call pedagogies of the non-possible. So rather than the impossible, which is a dialogue companion of the possible, the non-possible is what results from intentional and unintentional denial of difference. So it's characterized by sameness, monologism, absolutism, etc. So depending on who you ask, the modern research university may be an example of this latter dogmatic kind of institution. John Cobb, for example, has long argued that these schools are anti-intellectual insofar as they maintain uncritical commitments to problematic metaphysical assumptions, disciplinary fragmentation, and pretensions of being value-free. Remaining closed to process thought, addicted to narrow abstractions, selling their services to the highest bidder, they produce experts who see the world in the way the university has socialized them to see it, and then proceed to lead the world into more catastrophes than they help us avoid. And chief among these catastrophes, of course, is the current ecological crisis. And Marcus Ford similarly condemns universities for participating in the breakdown of human communities, the destruction of the natural world, granting that they have also facilitated enrichment and scholarship and scientific advance, creative endeavors. Ford nevertheless claims that fundamental changes are necessary. So he says, quote, "The university must share some of the blame for the destruction of the natural world and for the increasing disparity between rich and poor nations and the rich and poor within nations, both because it tends to legitimate the logic of these activities and because it has not, on the whole, articulated a way of thinking about reality in which the destruction of the natural world for the sake of economic gain, especially when that gain benefits only a very few, is wrong. The university then is culpable both for what it does and for what it has been unable to do." And he continues, if the universities become a force for good in the world, it will need to move beyond academic disciplines, philosophical materialism, economism. We'll need to embrace or endorse a worldview that affirms the meaningfulness of human life, the intrinsic value of all the earth and its inhabitants, and the relational aspects of life. Ford would use Whitehead's pan-experientialist philosophy of organism as an alternative worldview for what he calls the constructive postmodern university, so building here off the work of David Ray Griffin. 2 decades later, however, process thought continues to be marginalized in many disciplines, or at least doesn't carry some of the influence that we might hope. So what now? Should we hasten or cheer higher education's demise? Institutions that are no longer financially sustainable will, of course, disappear whether we applaud or weep. The more pressing question may be what to do with financially solvent but ecologically irresponsible institutions. Again, I find Whitehead's counsel to be wise, and this is a quote that you just read, actually. So the art of progress is to preserve order amid change. It's order entering upon novelty, so the massiveness of order does not degenerate into mere repetition, and so that novelty is always reflected upon a background of system. So for good or evil, it seems institutions are necessary to organize, sustain human communities, practices, and cultural movements. With Ford, I would rather see us work to change these schools rather than abolish the infrastructure. But these institutions are stubborn, so we should also cast a wider net, I think. First, concerning the urgent need to transform higher education, the theoretical work accomplished by the center's members is a veritable library of hope. And by hope, I mean a particular crystallization of desire constituted in the need to imagine an alternative world and to imagine it in a way that enables one to act in the present as if this alternative had already begun to emerge. Hope is soberer than optimism. It can admit that the appalling has already happened. It knows that there are no guarantees of progress, however we might imagine that. Nevertheless, hope holds fast to its conviction that a more beautiful world is possible and works for the good, even with no certainty of success. Process scholars have articulated beautiful visions of a constructive postmodern university for ecological education. Repent and believe the good news. The final word has not been spoken, but scholars like Cobb and Griffin, and I'm going to forget some here, but I would also name George Allen, Malcolm Evans, Marcus Ford, Mary Elizabeth Moore, Adam Scarf have prepared the way. In forging this legacy, they have opened possibilities for those of us who follow. A valid future is now discernible, if dimly, in our present. Second, faced with the impending collapse of neoliberal economism and our intransigent alma matres that serve as its adjuncts, a more significant share of responsibility for value-affirming higher education will fall outside and alongside the current university system. Government agencies, NGOs, corporations, charitable groups, voluntary associations of humanitarians, poets, musicians, and artists need to work together in this long march to an ecological civilization. We need more organizations like the Center for Process Studies, the Cobb Institute, the Institute for Ecological Civilization to cultivate an appreciation for the broader web of life and competence for inhabiting the earth with more humility and grace. Not least among these skills are an expanded aesthetic horizon and concrete vision, trained to recognize forms of beauty and achievements of value. So Robert Brumbaugh long ago said that the notion of concrete vision is the most important contribution process philosophy can add to a theory of education, a process philosophy theory of education. So process relational thought remains a tremendous resource in this educational endeavor, I think both inside and outside the university. Like Wordsworth before him, Whitehead sees into the life of things. And this is crucial because to the degree we remain metaphysically blind to the ubiquity of non-human value experiences, we will not likely honor and protect them. Many who look with Whitehead find themselves lured by the beauty of a world in which all things have value for themselves, others, and the whole. And in these cases, process philosophy acts as a kind of salve of dirt and spittle applied to the eye of spiritual perception for its healing. I don't know if O'Neill is still here, but he's talking about the ground as our ground of being, and it just strikes me that Jesus, in order to heal the man's vision, literally applies the ground to his eye. Then we can say with the poet, through primrose tufts and in green bower, the periwinkle trailed its wreaths, and 'tis my faith that every flower enjoys the air it breathes. As a Christian pastor, I'd also underline the importance of humankind's various faith communities and wisdom traditions, working to educate our affections and lead us in the ways of love. In Christianity, for example, the two great commandments each deal with love because humans are lovers. They have desires. Following Jesus and the prophets of Israel before him, Christians reckon that the world can only experience abundant life if humans rightly order our affections, nesting love for self and others within a prior love for the whole, or the God that sustains both. And the ecological educator David Orr also stresses the priority of love. Quote, "We ought not to look first to our technological cleverness or abstractions about progress of one kind or another, but rather to the extent and depth of our affections, which set boundaries on what we do and direct our intelligence to better or worse possibilities. The possibility of affection for our children, place, posterity, and life is in all of us. It's part of our evolutionary heritage. It's embedded in our best religious teachings. And it's now a matter of simple self-interest that we come to realize the full extent of the obligations that arise from an alert, thorough, and far-sighted affection," end quote. In Orr's judgment, humans must reach even deeper than a cool respect for nature, as only a full-blooded love is strong enough to transcend narrow self-interest and motivate us to look to the needs of others. And I agree. Empathetic imagination is an initial step, but sustaining care for others seems to require a kind of covenant, a bond of love capable of enduring inconvenience and disappointment without dissolving. And I think too often lost in the academy is any sense that the self is one of the primary subjects of education. We would be foolish not to seek wisdom among spiritual disciplines of our various faith traditions. Inert ideas are not yet transformation. And the creation is groaning while waiting for the children of God. So for each succeeding generation, Whitehead says, the problem of education is new. The crisis of our age is an ecological disaster that implicates every facet of human life, including education. Therefore, the journey toward ecological civilization demands a corresponding adventure in higher education that includes, but I think exceeds, the confines of the university. At the level of the individual, we should remember our own agency. Those who hope for the good should be the good that they hope for. Augustine said that long ago. But this center is also a testimony to the value of meeting together. Suppose process thinkers cannot affect top-down change from within the university system. In that case, there still are opportunities to work from the outside in, or maybe just outside, collaborating together to create alternative providers of a higher education that goes beyond mere socialization and credentialing. So I think as we provoke one another to love and good deeds, we cultivate hope. And to quote Whitehead once more, courage and hope are the best armor with which to meet a revolution, and above all, mutual sympathy. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. I'm reminded of Emerson's line, "Each age requires its new poet." And also of what a comment that was made about John Cobb is that he exemplifies the need to be humble and bold. And that's what you're talking about. So it's wonderful to hear that. So we have another paper. And our third speaker is Reverend Bonnie Rambob. Bonnie was raised as a Seventh-day Adventist and educated in Seventh-day Adventist schools. But her path of personal discovery led Bonnie to process philosophy and to open and relational theology. After completing her religious training at Pacific School for the Religion, she accepted a position as parish minister for the United Church of Christ. Good job.
I could put that on the speedometer.
However, the recent COVID pandemic caused her to reevaluate her sense of calling. Bonnie realized that her talents were needed during this critical shortage of teachers. So for the last 2 years, she has been teaching kindergarten in the Galt Unified School District of Metropolitan Sacramento. She currently co-hosts 2 podcasts for progressive Christians, and recently co-edited the book Partnering with God, which I think you can find over there. Bonnie will be the featured speaker next Tuesday for the Cobb Institute online series. Bonnie spends her free time, God knows where she finds it, with her partner and 2 sons, climbing trees, hiking, and knitting. Bonnie's paper this afternoon is titled Proximity and Relational Learning Communities, a Process Perspective on Social Presence. Please welcome Reverend Bonnie Randbaum.
Thank you. It's truly an honor to be here and to be able to share with you. I am grateful to the visionaries, John Cobb and Marjorie Suhaki and others who thought of this idea for Center for Process Studies, and then to those who continue to hold it and carry it into the future. I've heard some people say that they walk around with their mother's voice in their heads. I suppose that could be one way of prehending the past into the becoming subject. I walk around with my children's voices in my head, calling for a new future, far different from the one they fear they will inherit. Calling for a revolution that just might turn the tables on what Mama Ruby Sales calls the capitalist technocratic world that we've given them over to. And there are many children's voices in my head, my own children, my nieces, and hundreds of kids from various school and youth ministry settings that I've had the privilege to work in. Currently, I am working in my local public school as kindergarten teacher. And it's different than the settings of my colleagues up here on the panel. And I invite you to come with me into my classroom, my kindergarten classroom, where I have 26 5- and 6-year-olds, and to visit with me an occasion that happened in the not too recent past. As the teacher who directs the program, I have the profound opportunity to trouble the collective curiosity that is always churning in my classroom. And I get to offer the experience of learning like an invitation to the best birthday party ever. So back in October, for example, this is a learning occasion that I want to bring you into. I placed 3 whole pumpkins on a table in the center of the room, a table something like this. And I asked my students, out of these 3 pumpkins, which one do you think has the most seeds? It is not difficult to get kindergartners to take the lure that I was offering. Hands instantly shoot up to the sky, and the ideas that emanated from their minds were palpable through their excited eyes. And as I called on my students, I heard ideas like, the tallest pumpkin has the most seeds, or the pumpkin with the largest stem has the most seeds, the heaviest pumpkin, etc. Then I had already placed kids, my students, in learning teams, smaller learning communities, and I distributed pumpkins that were cut in half into each of these learning teams. And I asked them to notice how seeds grew inside the pumpkin. And it wasn't long before a group of learners realized that the shell on the outside, where there's an indented line, on the inside, there's a row of seeds. And the more indented lines on the outside of the pumpkin, the more seeds there would be on the inside of the pumpkin. And just like that, the joyful news of this guided discovery quickly spread through that gathered social network. And from that moment on, those minds will always know how to spot a seedy pumpkin without having to cut it open. And thus, learning transfers from one human to another, as it always has done since we've been human. Based on discourse in the fields of education, biology, process philosophy, and anthropology, I fashioned my paper's proposal around the following assumptions. 1, learning is primarily a social endeavor. 2, learning can be more intense when it happens within diverse social relationships. 3, learning occurs in the relational space between learners, and thus it is co-offered and co-incorporated into each learner's knowing by the learner's agency. 4, in learning community, the roles of teacher and student often intersect and overlap, resulting in mutual learning and growth. 5, human development is an essential consideration when designing relational learning communities. For example, beyond cognitive abilities, the social engagement of an infant differs greatly from that of a 12-year-old child or a 50-year-old adult. And the last assumption, social presence, which I define as an inner posture of reaching out to another for interaction, and social engagement, which I define as a relational dynamic along the spectrums of listening, speaking, watching, doing, waiting, doing, watching, showing, and the dynamic of co-experience through play are foundations to relational learning communities. If educators were to take social relational necessity in learning for granted, in our current educational landscape, we might wrestle with questions like, what are the qualifications for the term social or relational? Can we foster the kind of social presence and social engagement needed for optimal learning through Zoom classes, online asynchronous classes, social media, and other technological means? And how does proximity affect social presence and social engagement? How might we envision social proximity in a global, technologically connected society? Is there a hierarchy of social quality within different configurations of relational learning communities? Like in-person is better than Zoom, for example. I'm not against technology. I am against antisocial uses of technology. By applying the societal element of Whitehead's thought system when thinking about social learning, we can explore new dimensions of what social might look like and how it might work. Using Whitehead, we could say, each learner in each moment of their own becoming process prehends the other socially connected learners and teachers who are also in their own processes of becoming. The relational learning community is an ongoing networked web of sharing in each other's constitution, which in each iteration of momentary process creates new possibilities for near or distant future moments of becoming subjects. Thus, learning is making oneself and others within a networked community. When learners gather in groups, they bring their social presences, their desire to connect, as well as their desire to know, to the table of learning. They reach toward each other with desires for deeper knowledge of themselves, each other, and the world. Learning as social interaction is a kind of spiraling give and take exchange fostered by an inner yearning to reach out as one with something to offer, while desiring the effect of the offerings of others in oneself. And each interaction between learners, teachers, and I think those lines are blurry, changes the ones doing the interacting moment by moment. New iterations of themselves are not just given for the individuals that are directly involved in the interaction, but also for the other learners in the community associated by social proximity and solidarity. In the Whiteheadian system, the possibilities made available through social interactions between a group of learners in a particular learning community are accessible to all future becomings. In using the concept of prehension as a thought framework for relational learning communities, the integrity of the individual particularity is retained. Each learner is an individual entity in relationship with and to the other learners in the community. There's no melting pot here where one disappears into the other. And absorption does not allow for social presence or social engagement. However, the learning community as a whole unified society does have its own life, its own process of becoming that is different than the sum of its parts. The group is its own entity with its own transcendent possibilities calling to the future. In a sense, at the societal level, there's a kind of alchemy that occurs. The learning community can transcend itself as a whole. The community's transcendent quality lies beyond the bonds of common characteristics shared by its individual members. The transcendence lies in the socially networked, moment-by-moment processes themselves, each process involving particular prehensions between particular members in relation to each other and to the whole as a whole. What is possible to the future from the learning that occurs within a social learning environment depends on the composition of the individual learners in this webbed relational process in particular moments of time. Truly, everything matters. The individual learners matter. How the group is comprised matters. Social proximity matters. The flow of time matters. What happens as each learning process unfolds matters. All this matters to what is possible in the future. Yes. Your garden variety classroom teacher is fluent in this understanding. And side note, I really think garden variety as a descriptor should be reclaimed as an honorific. With earnest, conscious intent, teachers regularly experiment with spatial and temporal configurations to meet the learning needs of their students. Somehow, teachers simultaneously hold individual learners in mind in relation to the whole learning community as they discern moment by moment the best spatial configurations, the best social learning groupings, the best sequencing of proposed learning events, the transition from one event to the other, and all of that in relation to the larger and associated learning communities that might be present in the school. A teacher's desire to design the best spatial temporal configurations for her students is not born out of a desire to control learning. Most teachers are fully aware that they have very little coercive control over the prehending that goes on in their classrooms, either positively or negatively. In a Whiteheadian framework, each individual process of becoming decides for itself what it will become. Metaphorically, this level of agency translates to individual learners. The desire on an educator's heart that drives careful thought about crafting the dimensions of time-space relationality emerges from an understanding of the social. Humans are hyper-social creatures. Anthropologists tell us this. Even the biological construction of human brains may have been socially made. It is possible that our earliest linguistic abilities, unique to humans, co-emerged along with the gray matter of an expanding neocortex. Scientists across disciplines theorize that brain and language development seem to have a complex interplay. And beyond the neural structure required for the acquisition of language, renowned linguists such as George Lakoff tell us that our capacity to think thoughts is dependent on language, which is socially imparted from one generation to the next during specific windows of development. If language and thinking are inextricably linked, our thinking capacity is affected by our socialization. Therefore, the social, it's in our bones, it's in our brains, it's in us. Teachers intuit this, so do students. We, all humans, bring our social presence to communal spaces seeking social engagement with others. We yearn to connect, to belong to a social community so that we can be, so that we can know, so that we can help shape what's next. In this way, the there becomes here, becomes available to not yet. This is process. This is education. The first word in the title of my paper is proximity. And in its etymology, proximity is a word that encapsulates closeness and nearness in time, space, and in social relations. A synonym for proximity is akin. The word came into use in the English language during the Middle Ages, when it was likely employed to describe the nature of familial relations, as well as close relatedness of things in space and/or time. Social bonds fit the category of proximate, identified as such by the relationships themselves, regardless of the spatial temporal arrangements of these relationships. So in theory, you know, my dead grandmother, who I was very close to, and I are in proximity to one another. The term proximity also includes a close positioning in time and/or space. So in a Whiteheadian framework, the lure for feeling, which leads to subjective prehending, is based on relevance. In large part, relevant possibilities available for the becomer to prehend are made relevant by withness. Withness, encompassed in the word proximity, incorporates nearness in the dimensions of space, time, and social relationality. So in my paper, I attempt to propose a constructive and evaluative model for designing and evaluating curriculum and instructional practices, keeping with the process relational perspective, alongside the work of multiple researchers in fields of education and psychology. And right now, I don't have time to adequately report on the findings of the researchers that I cite in my paper. Each study is a fascinating exploration of social learning, which provides the model that I propose. In my model's design, the cultivation of social relationships is primary. In my view, curriculum and instructional practices should support the relational life of the learning community rather than the other way around. I propose cultivating a learning relational life around cultural values such as safety, truth, diversity, identity, emotional connection, and credibility. The specific expression of a relational learning culture would be specific to any given learning community. The model's goal is to bring intention to the relational social component of education at a time in human history in which old forms of social relational seem to be morphing into new forms without deeply thinking about the social and relational needs of human beings. As a side note, I've learned that many kids view social relational dynamics as commodities rather than as spiritual or emotional wells of support, belonging, and meaning-making. And we've taught them this. Our kids have never been more socially networked and yet so lonely. Schools have spent a lot of money on SEL, social and emotional learning, to help kids learn about self-awareness and relationships. In my own district, the SEL curriculum involves short videos and worksheets that teachers are supposed to fit into their learning at least once a week. And you know, for a long time, public schooling has not honored the social presence of each learner, nor has it encouraged social engagement, even though we've known since the beginning of time humans learn through social interaction. So I know I'm making a radical proposal. We live in a world that demands input-output systems of everything. Education policymakers follow suit. And the relational component of learning is often relegated to happy coincidence or an afterthought. Currently, the educational norm, at least in the public sector, is to standardize everything: curriculum, instructional methods, and assessment tools. Learning standards are externally imposed rather than shaped from within the learning community in a social dynamic. I strongly agree with Alfred North Whitehead, who insists, quote, "One train of thought will not suit all groups of children," end quote. So here we are in the midst of big change because of the global pandemic in 2020. And I just wonder, like, what would happen if we took the learning that we got from the experience in the pandemic, particularly with education, and, you know, Zoom school was a nightmare for most young children and parents and teachers. But what if we just took the learning that we got from that experience and we begin to consider the relational aspects of learning? What if we began with the who before considering curriculum and instruction, the what and how? When we carefully consider relational learning, cultural values, human development, and social proximity, could technological tools help us enhance relational learning? Is it possible that appropriate relational learning settings could include things like Zoom, Discord, Google Classroom, other networking technologies? So I know my proposal is incomplete. It's an incomplete cry for fundamentally rethinking how we do education, using process and relational frameworks. And it's not just my cry, it's the cry of the children's voices in my head. And more research is needed, more conversations need to happen, and ultimately, I suppose the proposal is a bit selfish because I just want to be able to tell the children in my sphere, like I'm sure you do as well, that I'm trying. And that's it.
Thank you, Bonnie. I'm reminded of an author who wrote a wonderful book about the controversy in methods of teaching children to read. And his point was, I had a moment of clarity when I realized that the question was not, what reading am I teaching? But the question is, who is this person who is learning to read? And that, I think, echoes your statement. So these are wonderful papers. They raise lots of fascinating questions. And as I said earlier, I've invited everybody to read each other's papers so that, oh, thank you. That a little better? Okay. I've invited our speakers to read each other's papers and to ask questions of each other so that we can have a collegial discussion about the nature of education, and we want to share it with you. I'll begin with just one question, which I think is relevant to all of you. I mentioned you're on different paths in this exploration adventure. Each paper has developed an exemplar based on your understanding of Whitehead's process philosophy. My question is this: when did you come across Whitehead, and how critical is your understanding of Whitehead's process philosophy to your understanding now? Is it absolutely necessary? Is it the groundwork? Or is it more like a very helpful additional understanding? And that depends, it's partly on your own background and your history, but it's also on how you relate to Whitehead and to other thinkers too. So I'll throw that one out and then let you play.
Go ahead. It's a very interesting question. I think I'm going to start at the end. Alex and I had a nice talk when we walked back from lunch today, talking about the language that Whitehead used. And I think it is kind of the problem that Whitehead was facing and that we're still facing now, that our language and our culture is not really suited to express what process philosophy is trying to tell. So it's basically teach me Chinese without using Chinese, you know, just teach me Chinese with English words and English letters, and then let's see if we get there.
Math with no numbers.
Yeah, so I think for me, process philosophy is, especially reading Process and Reality, was, I carried around like a Bible for several years, and it was always like, you know, poking in the fog. And sometimes the fog opens up and a ray of light comes in, and I'm like, that's what he means. And I think it's still like that they're little pokes and little invitations to think of things differently. And I think we all need to put a lot of effort into the way we shape our thinking and our language and our action, so that process cannot just be a concept, but actually something real. And for me to say, which has, like, I think there has been like a second pillar next to process philosophy rising up in the last years, especially working for the Art and Nature Foundation, and that is ecology, and that is system structures of ecosystems, like how do they work, how do they interact, and I think if it would have been really interesting if Whitehead was not just a mathematician and logician, but maybe also either related to or also studied in biology. But I think right now we know much more about ecosystem structures. And so for me, this is really like a very productive exchange. Yeah, that's, yeah.
Well, thank heavens Whitehead was a polymath.
Yeah, so Whitehead has, so I just finished a dissertation on Whitehead. So I've probably spent more time with Whitehead over the last couple of years than anyone else in my life. Very important for me. I mean, I still think that there's a lot of value in the aims of education, and you know, some of the things that he brings forth there. But I'm also, you know, Whitehead himself is not the remainder of things. He's an entree onto the remainder of things, you know. So he wasn't the first one to use the word organism to describe a child, you know, in the education system, and but he was where I encountered that in conversation. So I think that for that it's been very you know, very helpful for me to think with, and then also, you know, beside and maybe beyond Whitehead, whose voice is continually relevant, but not the only voice.
I encountered Whitehead through process theology in seminary, and I think, you know, it was kind of like language for maybe a feeling that I had, that I walked around with, that I just didn't have language for until I met Whitehead. And then all of a sudden there was, you know, all of this language that seemed to nicely associate with understanding that I felt like I just sort of intuitively understood. So then it was just like, okay, now where can we go with this, you know? And I think Whitehead himself always said, it's what he's speculating is not the end all be all, but it must always be in process. And that's what's exciting about conferences like this, is to be in conversation and in process together.
May I add a point? You just no, I want to add to what I said previously and what you just said. There's this quote by Whitehead in Process and Reality when he talks about philosophy being the mediator between religion and science. It's on the very first pages. And then he says there's a difference in tempo between the conceptual aspect of our organism and the experiential aspect and of feeling. And this difference in tempo, I mean, we can think really fast, but we can only, you know, learn and act really slow. To bring this together into a coherent structure are these moments that you feel like you actually understand what's going on in this world. And I think that process philosophy, especially Whitehead's writings were, for me, the first time that I realized or that I had the feeling that philosophers are not just trying to come up with a fancy concept that is logical, but that is also adequate and applicable and coherent. And so, yeah. And interconnected, yeah. Oh, we should ask each other questions now.
Ask a question, and then we open it up if other people have questions. Yeah.
I have a question for you, Thomas. I really appreciated your, the way you articulated higher education, its current state, the hopes that you have, the laments and the sadness that you also carry. You mentioned that if we could find a way to be back in touch with our affections, I think you used David Orr as kind of a way into that. And I wonder if you have thoughts, like how could higher education help to cultivate more love, more affection in the world? What thoughts do you have on that?
Yeah, I haven't solved this question, but it is one that keeps me up at night. Yeah, I mean, I think context is so interesting and so helpful here too, because I teach in a school of theology, so it's kind of understood that we'll approach it with a particular, value-laden system and tradition. One of John Cobb's criticisms is that we have a lot of research universities that are pretending that they're value neutral, that values aren't in play. And what they mean by that is that we're not going to talk about the values that are in play or critically interrogate those. So this is where I think the ancient traditions of paideia and the spiritual, traditions and wisdom traditions and all of that, or in some ways much more balanced and attuned to the value-laden nature of life. And so, I mean, thankfully, as a pastor, I have the opportunity to kind of, move between those two worlds. It's kind of built in for me. As someone who's in the humanities side of things, I lament the degree to which that is being hollowed out, but I also understand some of the criticisms and problems there too. So I think that's why we need all the help we can get.
I have a brief question for Bonnie. You mentioned that the teacher is always also a student. Could you elaborate on that? In which sense? Because I assume it's a different sense than the student is a student.
I think the teacher's also a student, and students are also teachers. I should have, I think there are so many puzzles and problems in the world right now that it takes all of our best thinking and our best creativity to work those out. And I mean, even in kindergarten, in my interaction with my students, there's a sense of almost collegiality in the kind of problem solving that we're doing together. And in some ways, in a more intense way than I remember from when I was teaching before, but that could be because I'm a different person in the classroom now than I was when I was, 22, 23 years old. So, yes, I think I think that there's a spirit of humility within education that keeps us learning together. As soon as I have a mentor who says, as soon as when the answer appears, the thinking stops. And I imagine that's closely related to your Coyote teaching.
Exactly.
And so we keep asking questions of one another, and in the midst of all of those questions, what we discover together, regardless of where we are in the in our life, the developmental, in our lifespan, regardless of where we are in that, we discover that there are always more questions than there are answers, and we do that together.
Beautiful conversation. Thank you. We have some time for questions. Teachers out there, professors out there, I see you first.
I'm not a teacher, I'm a student. Hi everyone, my name is Raymond. I'm a student at the California Institute of Integral Studies. I guess my question is for all three of the panel members. Basically, I was considering what was being shared, and it was mentioned, the value-laden nature of education, the need for a particular kind of pedagogy, and I'm wondering that to what degree this idea of the speedometer, or of like taking a more median approach to discourse and to education kind of runs up against some sort of limit. Because if we're aiming for build up and edification, then I feel like that model could run into the fallacy of the golden mean, where, for instance, if we're talking about whether or not the sky is blue, if someone else says that it's yellow, the answer is not that the sky is green. And especially how relevant that limit is when we're approaching ecological catastrophe. So, for instance, the middle ground between climate denial and climate and the affirmation of the climate crisis is not that it's sort of happening. So I just wonder, at what point does the negotiation between polarities run up against some sort of limit, and how do you approach that as educators?
I would say, I'm just going to go ahead. I think we need to be careful not to think in compromises here. I'm not suggesting that we're trying to make everyone happy. With the speedometer model, the idea is to have all the options and then pick one, or come up with a new one. And I think that's very important, that a lot of times we're stuck with where we come from, and we put down the other side as not important because we're stuck on our side. And so this is why the speedometer model is just a training to have the entire set of cards and then pick one. And in my experience, like especially when working with teachers, and they when I'm the trainer, the one giving the seminar, they ask me, what should I do? And I'm in no position to answer this question because I don't know the students, I don't know the situation. And then I usually just open up this set of cards and say, look, if your students are more, the adventurous type, then you go in this direction. But if your students are more the analytical type, or if they need more safety, or if they need more backup or knowledge, and also are there exams coming up and so on. So you open this thing, and then you tell them, so think of your class, what's the right choice? And they go like this, they immediately know the answer. So what I'm trying to say is that we need to have more flexibility in our minds in order to face rapid changes. And we're going to face a lot of rapid change. And that means we need to train this flexibility beforehand to adapt quickly.
Thanks for these lively presentations. One small note on Aristotle. Dikaia protantes, dikaia ginometa. He has, if you want to become just, you have to practice it. So, or playing kitara. So he has a different form of education, but he was aware of it. It's not just coming up of everything. And I would like to stress what you said as well, the art of progress. And I think what Bonnie demonstrated, it's an artistic effort to have this kind of intercommunication, the way you were describing it.
Yeah. Yes.
This question's for Thomas. I'm not sure it's a fair question. I once had an executive in the church I serve write to me and say, Al, when are you going to own up to the fact that your process theology is hurting God's church? Some of us at lunch today were talking about how much of our church affiliations is sort of antithetical to a process understanding and a process way of approaching learning and even participation. I can imagine that perhaps in your church affiliation, you've run up against some of that. So I just wonder what thoughts you might have in terms of helping our churches to learn and develop more process-oriented approaches.
Yeah, that's a great question. I have found that, and I think that my co-panelists have already hinted at this, that there is something intuitive about a process relational approach to life. I mean, even in my Baptist tradition, which is, pretty conservative on the whole, especially in the South, there's an idea that we pray to a God that hears us, and even if our classical theological conceptions would make trouble for that, there's a sense that the piety, I think, of people are closer maybe than what they would be able to explain conceptually. I have found that I try to do as much process-friendly interpretation of Scripture as I can do without necessarily drawing attention to it, which is to say, let us see some of the dynamics that are there, the relationality that's there, the openness that's there. Can we live into that? And I've also found that in a cultural context like mine that is much more homogenous, proximity is such a huge thing for opening hearts and minds, and so you can talk about other people and try to create hospitality there or whatever, but until they until they show up on your door, that's kind of a difficult sell sometimes. So again, I think just kind of cultivating opportunities for new relationships can do a lot of that work for us.
Timothy Murphy, this question is for Bonnie. How do you negotiate in practice the tension between, as you said, considering the who of learning before the what, and the externally imposed standards of educational systems that say these shall be the benchmarks of what you will teach? How do you kind of negotiate those two, that insight and that external standard?
Yeah, great question. And it's challenging. Negotiating that tension is really challenging. I feel like I live in the tension most of the time, which was why I'm so grateful for this speedometer model, because now I have a model that I can work my tension out on this model and see if my thinking might be a little more flexible than it feels a lot of the time. In kindergarten, I'm privileged in that I get to receive children and parents at the very beginning of their journey in this in the public school system. And even though, yes, there are a lot of externally imposed standards, if there's any place where there's wiggle room, it's probably going to be in kindergarten. And there are some things that I tend to be pretty dogmatic about and rigid about, trying to keep the who, the child, in the center of the table, instead of the list of benchmarks and the list of standards in the center of the table. For example, like I think kids should be able to make their own choices about what's luring them in, what is it about the world that is capturing their imagination and their attention that they want to learn about. They should be able to choose that for themselves rather than have me tell them this is what they should be focusing on. So I can find little ways throughout the day to make sure that I have room for them to be who they are. But the tension is real, and I'm representative of just about every teacher in the system. It's not like it's just an tension that's in my body. All of us are working on that together. So. Policymakers, educational policymakers, if they're out there listening, talk to teachers about what you should be doing.
First of all, thanks to all three of you for excellent and evocative papers. This has been a great session. My question is to Sinan, and it goes back to the first question that was asked. In your passion to disrupt bifurcated minds, your movement toward dualities makes me wonder why dualities. And I'm wondering if you've considered the possibility of reframing dualities into social dynamic nexus of values, so that the duality between brashness and its opposite, for example, with courage as a golden mean, might actually be a nexus of values that would include imagination and discernment and experimentation and others, so that you're addressing the bifurcation of mind by disrupting the very dualities that often dominate our society and educational systems, but are part of the bifurcating.
Do you remember our session in the 2015 conference here in do you remember our session in the 2015 conference here in Claremont? You were... I'm sorry, I'm too silent? I was just saying that, look, I want to stress the point that this is just a model. Like, it is really just a model, and it's not the only one. That's why I said it's one of the tools. And when I was here in 2015, I talked about philosophizing with children and adults, and I used a different model, which was like a wave. And the wave can change in altitude, and it can change in density, and that's actually a three-point model. And I think polarities can be imagined in different ways. I find this speedometer model to be something very, it's a very handheld device in that sense. You can just very quickly draw it up. And my experience is this, that we usually start with a reductionist thing in our mind. And then you can very quickly see that when you put it on the speedometer, you find that there's a gap, and there's a gap, and there's a gap. I'm going to give one example. If you talk about certainty and uncertainty, you're going to realize very quickly when you put it on the speedometer that certainty is here and uncertainty is here. So there's a difference in value, because uncertainty is usually experienced as something negative. So what is up here? There's openness. And what is down here? There's stifleness. So you realize, okay, certainty and uncertainty is not a very balanced pair. The balanced pair would be certainty and openness. And I have a different version of this model that I use a lot with teachers when it comes to the way the teacher is also the student, which is on one side having an opinion as a teacher, but on the other side being able to actively refrain from having an opinion and actually being open to what the child has to say. And I think both of these sides contribute to something that makes the teacher accessible as a person. And so I'm saying this: the speedometer model is like a slight corrective tweak to the things that we carry around in your mind, in our daily minds. So I'm not trying to say that the speedometer model, again, is mapping reality. Well, actually it does, but the map of a landscape is not the landscape. And the map doesn't tell you where to go. The map just says this is where this is, and this is where A is, this is where B is, and you still need to decide which route you're going to take. So I want to stress this point that you know, a model is a model, and the real world is the real world. So.
Beautiful. Early on in Aims of Ideas, there's a great line where Whitehead references education. Good education as being a guard against mental dry rot.
Yes.
And I think this panel's given us a shield. So thank you. Please give them a hand. Excellent. We do have a short break, and we begin our final session, hard to believe, at 4 o'clock promptly. So please refill some coffee. We'll see you in a few minutes.
Beautiful moderation. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
This was fun.
Yeah, it was.
It was fun. I'm glad we could talk together.
That was a great idea.
Interacting
briefly at
yes, sir.
I have a question for you. It doesn't relate maybe very closely to our paper.
Sure.
Wish you really blessings,
as a
whatever, on your
historian,
work, because it's so important.
I was thinking when I was listening to you, I was thinking that we should really have an exchange between higher and lower education, because it's usually the higher form of pedagogy, in my experience. Like the preschool teachers and the teachers from special needs schools are usually the ones much more qualified to talk about things that you were posing, empathic connections, than
Okay.
Welcome to Claremont.
Yay!
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. I was gonna get up. Just so I feel like it's.
Just wondering about the previous. I
I know.
the previous sessions and then they changed some things.
Right.
Yeah, I was just wondering.
Well, it was like they were the only two who haven't gotten up there, and so then I didn't know if
So
like.
I was thinking the microphone wasn't
Right.
working
Right.
or something like
Right.
this. So.
I just want to. I've never been behind a pulpit, so that's why I wanted to.
Me too.
That's awesome.
I've never preached like
Right.
in front
Right.
of the others.
Yep. My mom would be so proud. I didn't realize, like, I didn't look back there. That's gorgeous as well.
Oh yeah, right.
Yeah. Is it like another place to sit? I don't see any seats.
Yeah, I've never. Do you live in? Where do you live?
Yeah, Colorado.
Oh.
Yeah. Do you live here?
So I was studying Claremont, but
Okay.
after finishing coursework, I moved to New York right now, so I'm in New York.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So then what's your connection to, like, farmers in South Korea?
Oh, it's because I want to introduce like a post-colonial
Yep.
process worldview
Yep.
from Korean indigenous farmers.
Yeah.
So
That's great. So do you work with Korean
yeah, ecosystem in
ecosystem?
Korea,
Yeah?
yeah.
Okay, cool. Is he the other presenter? I don't know him.
Yeah, that's why.
Okay, friends, why don't we grab a seat? Jacob Erickson, we're looking for you. And let me take a moment. I was handed a cell phone. If anybody's missing a cell phone, I have it here for you.
Touch my pad.
Thank you. All right, friends. Well, we've reached the final session,
Hi, nice to meet you.
and we are going to be thinking about a number of issues, including ecological civilization. And I'm happy to introduce Dr. Mei-Jun Fan, a valued member of the Center for Process Studies for a number of years. She's a professor at Beijing Normal University for more than 10 years and is now the co-director of the China project at the Center for Process Studies and also the program director for the Institute for the Postmodern Development of China, one of our co-sponsors. Completed her doctoral studies at Beijing University and master's at Peking University, and her areas of specialty include Chinese traditional aesthetics, process philosophy, and aesthetical education. She's the author of a number of books. I include just a couple: Aesthetic Development of Children, Beauty in Human Life, Contemporary Interpretation of Chinese Traditional Aesthetic, The Popular Aesthetics in the Qing Dynasty, and The Second Enlightenment with Zhehe Wang. She's the moderator of this final session on environmental ethics and ecological civilization. Please welcome Dr. Mei-Jun Fan.
Okay, good afternoon. And okay, as Andrew Davis said, this is our final session. Definitely, okay, we will do, I hope this one will be also the great one. As the all of the previous one did, right? Okay. So let me introduce our first speaker of the last session. The first speaker is Dr. Travis Cox. Dr. Travis Cox is an associate professor in the ecology MA and environmental study BA at Naropa University. His interest and research are about the intersections of social movement and social justice, education, metaphysics, environmental philosophy, agriculture, psychedelics, and deep sustainability. He earned his PhD at Iowa State University in sustainability agriculture and a Master of Philosophy and Religion with an emphasis in philosophy, cosmology, and consciousness from the California Institute of Integrated Studies, and a Bachelor of Philosophy from Central College in Pila, Iowa. So the title of his paper is Process Thought, Transpersonal Sustainability and the Role in Evolving of Ecological Civilization. So let's welcome Dr. Cox.
I'm gonna speak from here just in the hopes that I get a picture someday and I can make my mom proud for being at the pulpit. So I wanted to thank the organizers of this conference, specifically the two Andrews, for the opportunity to learn from the amazing presentations that have happened in the last 3 days, and also for the opportunity to work on something that I've been thinking about and teaching in a couple of my classes that I'm calling transpersonal sustainability, so the opportunity to actually articulate it in this way. And so what I'm going to do, tell you about my thesis, talk a little bit about transpersonal sustainability, talk about transpersonal psychology and transpersonal sustainability, and then end with process metaphysics and transpersonal sustainability. Andrew invoked Biggie Smalls earlier. I'm going to try to channel Eminem and my rap god and to just try to get through this as clearly and precisely as possible. So my thesis is essentially that I'm going to highlight the transpersonal in the writings of key sustainability theorists as a way to advocate for a paradigm shift as the most efficacious and perhaps only viable solution. And then process metaphysics lends itself well to the metaphysics implied by transpersonal sustainability because it addresses similar areas of concern like spirit identification, adjudication, proper valuing, and I'll explain those terms later. So before I get into transpersonal sustainability, I just wanted to say I've done previous work that we call deep sustainability with John Eichert, who's an economist, and then Lonnie Gamble, who was an engineer. But I'm purposefully using the term transpersonal because in the last 7 years teaching transpersonal psychology classes, I've noticed how healing it can be for people to have their spiritual experiences that maybe they have never had validated, not only validated, but validated by an academic discipline, and then one that also provides frameworks for them to understand it and integrate it maybe for the first time. And so I'm using, while we did what we were calling deep sustainability back then, which was particularly trying to address the lack of purpose and meaning in modern society because of scientism and economism, which don't necessarily need purpose or meaning to function. I'm specifically trying to highlight like the spiritual in this conception of sustainability. And so I'll talk a little bit later about it as well, but I draw on Warwick Fox and his conception of transpersonal ecology to build up transpersonal sustainability. So essentially transpersonal sustainability is sustainability that is oriented to the paradigm shift that's necessary. And so I use people like James Gustav Speth, David Orr, John Ehrenfeld, when they specifically talk about the spiritual component of the paradigm shift. And I do so, I chose those three theorists because they're not necessarily known for their work in spirituality, right? So James Gustav Speth is an environmental lawyer, David Orr is an environmental educator, and John Ehrenfeld is actually an engineer who's best known as one of the progenitors of industrial ecology. So like the siting of factories in such a way that the waste of one becomes the food for the other, right? So those are all very kind of pragmatic ways to relate to sustainability. And then I kind of talk about there's more examples in my paper, but the kind of ways that you can talk about the paradigm shift would be, through spirit, through a change in thinking, or as Van Jones does, he talks about it as both. So James Speth, environmental lawyer, says, I used to think that top environmental problems were biodiversity loss, ecosystems collapse, and climate change. I thought that 30 years of good science could address these problems. I was wrong. The top environmental problems are selfishness, greed, and apathy, and to deal with these, we need a cultural and spiritual transformation, and we scientists don't know how to do that, right? So he's like, here is an environmental lawyer who co-founded the National Resource Defense Council and worked for the Carter administration advocating for a spiritual change, a spiritual paradigm shift. And so again, I just kind of pulled out these really good examples of what I'm talking about. I had multiple in my papers. This is from Francis Moore Lepay, 1971, writes Diet for a Small Planet. Written 18 books since then. In her book, Eco-Mind, she writes, once we see through a certain lens, it's hard to perceive things differently, be they the most mundane matters or the most momentous. Yet the hard fact of human existence is that if our mental frame is flawed, we fail no matter how hard we sincerely struggle. The central problem of this book is that, sadly, much of humanity today is stuck in precisely this hard fact, trapped in a mental map that defeats us because it is malaligned both with human nature and with the wider laws of nature. Again, somebody who got famous writing about agriculture is now advocating for a paradigm shift in our thinking. And then Van Jones, many people probably know him from CNN. He wrote a book, also a lawyer, he wrote a book called Green Collar Economy. He talks about the need for principles. He has 3 principles. His third principle is a reverence for creation, right? And so, again, invoking the spiritual. Van writes, we know deep inside us that all beings have value, all people are precious, all of creation has sacred inherent worth. We must take a stand in defense of the children of all species, including our own. Creation has an independent value beyond and irrespective of us. So that one, invoking the sacred, and then the next one, we need a much deeper understanding of exactly what it is that our industrial society in its present creation is jeopardizing, the thinking one. So I read Jones's advocating for a paradigm shift that is both spiritual and cognitive. And so one of the things that I just wanted to point out really quickly, so in Warwick Fox's work towards a transpersonal ecology, what Fox did was looked at deep ecologists and tried to tease out the commonality among deep ecologists because their thinking was so disparate at times. And what he did was he pulled out the spiritual aspects of it, which he labeled as transpersonal. But he didn't necessarily go into transpersonal theory very much in that book. As you'll see, used his framework to apply, I applied his framework to agriculture. And so I didn't necessarily investigate transpersonal theory either. I just took his work wholesale and applied it to agriculture. But what's interesting to me is the way in which the actual discipline of transpersonal psychology is now moving into the realm of what I'm calling transpersonal sustainability as a discipline. And so I just wanted to highlight that here because, so I use a book by Cunningham. It's a textbook. It's like I've never, as a teacher, had students be more excited about a textbook than this textbook. I mean, it is like a traditional textbook, but the students love it. It was published in 2022. And so in that, Cunningham talks about Hartless, Kaplan, and Rarden's thematic analysis. And it talks about how the field of transpersonal psychology has expanded its focus between its beginnings in 1968 and 2003 from its early emphasis on alternative states to a greater focus on inclusive psychology that studies and cultivates the transformation of society and the individual in the context of physical embodiment, community, ecology, and the transpersonal ultimate. So I just wanted to note that even the discipline, like that's Cunningham's, Hartless, Kaplan's, and Rorden's claim, is that the discipline of transpersonal psychology is moving in the direction where ecological concerns are included in the discipline itself. And then I just wanted to highlight two theorists who kind of embody that. So Cunningham, in this textbook, towards the end, says the global social and ecological crises are reflections of our inner turmoil and the emotional, moral, and spiritual state of humanity, right? So again, connecting sustainability and the transpersonal. And it's the same with Chris Beisch. This is from the book Dark Night, Early Dawn, Chris taught philosophy and religion at Youngstown University. And actually, this book is based on, he came up with an LSD protocol with Stan Groff to bring his philosophical mind into psychedelic spaces to kind of see what would come about in that kind of an analysis. And Beisch says, the convulsions that will accompany the collapse of our industrial culture are the death throes of the state of consciousness that produced this culture. If the crisis of sustainability does bring about the ego death of our species, what will have died, I think, is primarily our sense of being disconnected from each other and from everything around us. So it's like we have people in the sustainability field who are recognizing the enormous nature of this shift for us to survive. We have people in transpersonal psychology who then are starting to recognize that their field can contribute to this as well. And so then what I want to do is to show how a process metaphysics lends itself well to this shift. I think we've talked about it a lot already. I'll just give my particular analysis. And so there were, so just to say, I did my dissertation and I called it Transpersonal Agroecology. After it came out, I made my mom Google it. And so obviously, like, I was the first thing that came up, and I was so excited by that. And she said to me, Travis, if you just take 4 random words and shove them together and make something up about them, like anybody could be the one thing on Google that you find. And so I love my mom. So I just decided to keep making stuff up, like transpersonal sustainability. And so, but in coming up with transpersonal agroecology, I also connected that to a process metaphysics, and so I'm just drawing on that analysis that I did. It's in Process Studies in 2014, the journal Process Studies in 2014. So these are the things that I found to be related in terms of a process metaphysics and some alternative agricultural theorists like Masanobu Fukuoka and Sir Albert Howard and even Wes Jackson. So spirituality, identity, self-realization, these are all things that are also a part of transpersonal sustainability, that were a part of transpersonal agroecology. I'm not going to necessarily outline those connections, because even yesterday we had a session that was on soul, self, and identity as it relates to Whitehead, so it should be obvious, I think, to all of us how those things relate. The two that I want to actually focus on are the concept of adjudication that I used, and then also a concept of proper valuing that I mainly got from the Birch and Cobb book. Part of the reason that I wanted to talk about adjudication is because I've read an article, I think in November, by another sustainability theorist who isn't necessarily known for their spiritual work, although Jem Bendel has written something about spirituality since publishing this article called Deep Adaptation that got him famous in the first place. And the premise of deep adaptation is Jem, in 2018, I believe, published this article before the very notorious IPCC report came out that said we had a radically transformed society in 12 years in order to keep warming, below 2 degrees. Bendel came out earlier and was much more, his assessment, he took an unpaid sabbatical and just dove into the climate research, and his assessment was much more sober in the sense that Bendel talks about is the collapse of complex civilizations possible, probable, or inevitable, and he came up on the inevitable side. And so if that's the case, and I just want to be open to it, that's the other part of his article is just, well, if this is even remotely true, then why aren't we having any conversations about this? And so he outlines like the reasons why he thinks his colleagues in sustainability won't have this conversation, why popular media won't have this conversation. And so if it's true, there'll be a lot of adjudication. And by adjudication, I mean when I did my transpersonal agroecology, adjudication was essentially my one-word phrase for Whitehead's life is robbery, right? Like in agriculture, you have to adjudicate all the time between the species that you're cultivating and the weeds that you're killing, right? And so if we're on our way, perhaps, towards the collapse of complex civilizations, there'll be a lot of adjudication that will be taking place. And so I wanted to use that. And in that article, in the Deep Adaptation article, Bendel, this is probably one of the only places where he gives us an idea of what to do about this. And so he has these 4 R's, which are, to me, really philosophical questions, right? Like he has resilience, relinquishment, restoration, and reconciliation. And even resilience asks, how do we keep what we want to keep? What do we need to let go of in order to not make matters worse? What can we bring back to help us with the coming difficulties? And with what and whom can we make peace as we face our mutual mortality, right? Like those are immense questions that adjudication is probably going to assist with. This is just me, and I have to, so sometimes I can be really thick in the sense that like, and from junior high through part of high school, I would say smooth move X-lax, and I didn't get it until like one day in high school I said it, and then I was like, oh, that's what that means, smooth move X-lax, that's good. But for years I had been saying it. So in coming up with this presentation, as I just, narcissistically quoted myself, like just to talk about the 2 things that are important in a process metaphysics, right? One being subjectivity and the other one being interrelatedness. I just realized, and I just wanted to stop and notice this. I just realized that those are the conditions for hope. Like that, so many times when I teach undergraduates and they're like, how do you have hope? I just have taken a process relational metaphysics as so real that I'd never articulate it to students, but then in looking at this phrasing, I was like, that's how I have hope, right? Is because we're all in this together, and all beings have this subjectivity that can contribute to this change. And so in John Cobb's 5 Foundations for an Ecological Civilization, I see John in his categories, and these are the categories that he has, the 5 foundations. I see John as answering Bendel's questions, right? Like, how do we keep what we want to keep? Well, we move from individualism to community, from sense-bound empiricism to radical empiricisms, from we-they thinking to world loyalty, from anthropocentrism to biophilia, from conventional morality to countercultural morality. So I see, you know, a process relational articulation of an ecological civilization as answering Bendel's questions. And then even Whitehead himself says the dawn of brilliant epics is shadowed by the massive obscurantism of human nature. Obscurantism is the refusal to speculate freely on the limitations of traditional methods. And that's exactly what that's the charge that Bendel makes against his colleagues who won't at least entertain the possibility that we might be approaching collapse. And then, so John Ehrenfeld, MIT, Industrial Ecology. Ehrenfeld, in what I think is the best book on sustainability, it's his book called Flourishing, he says we need to shift from a view of ourselves, first from one of having to one of being, and by that he originally was using Heidegger's conception of being in his very first book, but it's shifted actually to, in one of his latest books, he actually uses Ian McGilchrist's as a framework. And second, from one of needing to one of caring, by developing a different story or paradigm to replace the dominant cultural view of what it means to be human, we can begin to realize the possibility of flourishing, right? And so then the ecological civilization correlate to that is, Andrew says, in Fixing a Hole in the Boat, the call to fundamentally transform our social systems across all sectors in order to address the root causes of the world's most critical, complex, and interconnected problems. This is the distinctive mark of the ecological civilization movement. As a new paradigm for living in harmony with one another and the planet, the vision of an ecological civilization marks a departure from the core values, worldviews, and systems of our present civilization. So those are like almost interchangeable, right? One coming from a sustainability theorist and the other one coming from that crazy character, Andrew Schwartz. And so, yep, okay. And so then I started poking around in the process studies journal, and I found an article that Jay wrote and another article, Moraka, and then even John Buchanan in his book says what seems most important for our civilization at this crucial juncture is acknowledging, understanding, and responding to our planetary crises. I believe this will require, among other things, a spiritual and philosophical revisioning of ourselves, the nature of reality, and our place in the cosmos. So there you have a bunch of process-oriented people who are advocating for the same thing as some sustainability theorists and even transpersonal psychologists. So I'm just hoping that we can make common cause across disciplines in order to address these issues. I don't think process metaphysics is necessarily the only metaphysics. Like in an article that I wrote about soil, a book chapter I wrote about soil, I also believe, you know, these metaphysics could be indigenous for those indigenous peoples, to be eco-feminist or Buddhist. And then the last thing I'll say, just in terms of next steps, I think that a project that I'm working on called Eco-Psychedelics is a overlap between transpersonal sustainability and then the resurgence of psychedelics as a way of like what Peter did in terms of having a menu of metaphysics that could underline you know, having a psychedelic experience that transforms the world. In the same way, we could have a metaphysics that would allow us to have a sustainable future and a menu for that as well. Thanks for hanging out.
Thanks, Travis. I think your mom will be very proud of you. You are a good son. Okay. So, our second speaker is Han Yong-jung. Han Yong-jung is a PhD student in process study at the CST. She received a Master of Sacred Theology from Union Theological Seminary in New York City, and a Master of Divinity from Duke University in New Jersey. She also received another Master of Theology in Systemic Theology from Yonsei University and a BA in Theology from Methodist Theological University in Seoul. That is really amazing. Or how many masters you already got? Okay, you are so amazing. So Jung's academic interest and research in process study are Asian and Korean eco-feminist studies from a post-colonial white Haitian worldview. She worked at the Ecological Civilization and the Center for Process Study as a Korea Project Assistance. The title of her paper is A New Paradigm of Worldview for Asian Women's Environmental Crisis from a post-colonial process perspective. Please welcome Han Yong-jung.
Okay, so today I want to talk about a new paradigm of worldview for Asian women's environmental crisis from a post-colonial perspective. First, I want to introduce the person named Moon Dal-lim in Korea. Moon Dal-lim was studying theology at her young age and then became a farmer after getting married. So at first, she actually simply followed the modern practice of using chemicals, but after 2 years, she realized that she was seeing lots of frogs and other snakes dying in her field. So she decided to switch it to organic farming, which will be much more difficult to sustain over the next decade. But Moon Dal-lim's land came to more like a microorganism and barren soil. So Moon has been farming organic rice for 30 years, but has yet to raise the price of the rice. She did not raise the price because, actually, she's my grandma. But I accidentally put the next one, sorry. But that's okay, yeah. But, yeah, thank you, Dave. Thank you, Andrew. So she did not actually raise the price because money is not her primary concern, even though she's a farmer who has only small farm in her countryside. The poorer the reason is, the more difficult it is to eat healthy food, but she believes that the poorer people are, the more nutritional food should be eaten. So she doesn't want to raise the price of the organic rice for 30 years. So Moon Dal-lim's practice are consistent with what I have called grandmother's model, guided by indigenous wisdom and that emphasize the caring for and living in harmony with nature. Through the Korean grandmother model that I suggested actually my master's thesis in Korea, it was 10 years ago, but Korean churches should understand the woman's living under the oppression of the patriarchal for a long time by reflecting the Salome effects, her models. So we can look at the love of Jesus through the image of grandmother who gives her endless love and grace in the midst of the pain and adversity. So I was thinking the grandma, especially the Korean grandma, is a figure that casts religious experience into human terms. So I believe for everyone, a grandma is a person of the previous generation. So this applies not only the grandma of the 50 years old man, but also grandma of the 20 years old woman and the grandmother of the 5 years old child. So in particularly in today's Korean society, a grandma is a woman with a special experience in history. So I want to, this is my grandma's picture. Actually, I took this picture when I was visiting her house in Korea with my child. So for example, she experienced Japanese colonialism in Korean society from her young age. And then she spent her teenage age trembling in fear in a situation where she could be taken as a comfort woman under the Japanese imperialism. And then after enjoying a short joy of the liberation, she had to experience the Korean War of the 1953. And then she took the refuge with her young children and husband, traveling from Seoul to Busan to protect her family. And after the Korean War, they returned to their devastated hometown and cultivated the land again and pioneered their life, and then faced actually the revolutionary industrial era and the democratization movement. So these aged women, like my grandma, have experienced a lot of things and a lot of histories of oppression through her own body. So this is why I want to explore our need for a new paradigm that will be stand against the industrial, capitalistic, colonial, and imperial tradition. Farmers such as Mundalim show us what it means to enact the metaphor of Korean grandmother, creating the post-colonial ecofeminist example of giving love, care, generosity, and resilience, and strength and preservation. So in Kim Shin-hyo Jung's book that I researched, she examined the work of the 10 indigenous farmers who represented the Korean grandmothers by following their ancestors' practical wisdom. So I think it is important to discover female farmers' knowledge and labor and wisdom of their life in a world centered on neo-capitalism. So in this sense, there are emerging examples of the indigenous farming in Asia, and so far, the theoretical discussion of the Asian women's preserving and using native plants has been based in many ways. And a policy proposal to revive native plants and support female farmers who can build native farming practice is needed in Korea, and to shift toward ecological and sustainable farming practice. So in order to make this change, policy activities, organizations that are actively interested in environmentalism and eco-diversity needed to take their actions. That's why, because our ecological civilization's goal is not just changing like a personal behavior or responsibility, rather we needed to shift our paradigm into a long-term vision by connecting to the policies. So that's why I want to explore why we needed to shift to a new paradigm that promotes the ecological civilization regardless of one's nationality, race, social class, gender, or other identities. This new paradigm will be based on understanding interdependent connections with others. So we needed to challenge the idea that human beings are not interrelated to other species. First of all, let us talk about the problem of Western capitalistic civilization. Our current ecological crisis has been created by humans, particularly men, white, and colonial rulers in history. Our current ecological crisis resulted from humans creating what they wanted and what men wanted and what colonial rulers wanted. So in this sense, women and colonialized people and nature as a whole were oppressed and exploited. So due to this fact, the modern civilizational understanding perpetuated the explanation of the oppression of the others we needed to demand a new paradigm for living together with others, including all humans and nature. So why do we need to listen to Asian women's voice for the new paradigm? Or why do we need to pay attention to ecological issues? John Cobb said, civilization is inherently anti-ecological. And the other Indian ecofeminist, Vandana Shiva, said, development is another name for patriarchy. So that means in modern times, another patriarchy emerges in the name of the development. So development seeks to expand wealth creation within the economic vision of the modern Western patriarchy, which exploited women and nature. So it is based on excluding and invading other cultures. So Shiva also stressed the patriarchal nature of the Western science and technology, which understand nature in mechanistic terms. So as she stated, a contemporary development activity in the third world superimposed the scientific and economic paradigm created by Western, gender-based ideology on communities in other cultures. She helped us to understand the concept of ecological destruction and capitalistic growth as patriarchal capitalism. And also in our different social locations, how the Asian women argue their ecological concerns and experiences today. They do so by focusing on intertwining ecological and social justice, arguing for the interconnection between capitalism and poverty and hunger, focusing on women in Asia rather than like universalizing human experience with regard to ecological concerns. From that book, Maria Meath argued that Chernobyl showed us more clearly than anything before that the modern techno-patriarchy destroys life, living system, and symbiosis. Afterward, they can even measure the destruction perpetuated, but they cannot restore life. For that, they still need, as we all do, Gaia, Mother Earth, and woman. This is why only marginal transformation of the traditional paradigm cannot solve the ecological crisis we are facing today. We are witnessing time that demand a fundamental paradigm shift. So we urgently need to create an alternative paradigm that overcomes the limitation of the modern development and civilization. This problem is the historical background and formative process of the Western civilization restricted the worldview of the nature. By looking closely at Western colonialism and the way that it imposed its value on the world, we can see the need to change the paradigm to include non-Western regions and to encompass post-colonial ecofeminism. So we have needed to shift away from the established worldview for a long time, but we have yet to so. How can we foster the inspiration and hope necessary to achieve the deep transformation for ecological, social, and economic justice? Before returning to this question, I want to ask the related questions, like what makes some people ignore others' value and others' nature and the earth? And what roles have colonialism and nationalism played in allowing people to justify exploitation all over the world? And have people considered hierarchical attitude of domination of man toward woman, human towards non-human, and the wealthy toward poor, and the white and light-skinned people toward people of the other skin color? And what values can exist in this world? Why is it held? So in modern Western thought, we can find a trace of some of the regions used to construct this harmful system of the belief all over the world. The Western Christian perspective largely considered God to be like Aristotle's unmoved world, unmoved mover, and yet if we believe God is the unmoved mover, we are left with the problem of God's involvement with the world crisis. In traditional theism, pantheistic monism metaphysically allowed people to consider God and the universe as the separate and left all control up to the Almighty. So in this tradition, the Rene Descartes examined an ontological dualistic understanding of both mind and matters as finite substance and God as the infinite substance. His interpretation focused on two finite substances without necessary internal relation to each other, only regulated by God. So according to the Philip Creighton and Andrew Schwartz's book, What is Ecological Civilization? It says, Rene Descartes defended a turn to the subject as the sole source of the meaning and value. Descartes viewed animals as mere machines and nature as a background for the adventure of the mind and thought. He dichotomized the world into thinking things and extended things. Thomas Hume affirmed that the human condition is a war of all against the all. So the life on earth is nasty, rusty, and short. So his understanding of ontological dualism allowed people to have limited options concerning casual relationships with human knowledge. Given his radical separation between mind and matter, Descartes' influence limited the relationship between God and the world in a hierarchical views. And in process theology, the book of the process theology, John Cobb and David Griffiths describe how traditional understanding of God idealized the notion of the independence as Leibniz and Descartes' view. So it says, since God was said to be totally independent with no real relation to any other actualities, it was natural to think in similar terms of the worldly actualities that God created, especially since some of them were said to be made in the divine image. Descartes first said there were three kinds of substances: God, finite mind, and finite bodies. But then he pointed out the finite minds and bodies were not substances in the strict sense of the term, since they did not require God as their creator. So Whitehead turned traditional Western thought and Rene Descartes' Enlightenment idea upside down by arguing Cartesian dualism between humanity and the universe was evidence of the independence, but of the interdependence. Whiteheadian's perspective argued that all living things are event-based and by being interrelated with each other. All living things engage in a process of becoming, and his book, Whitehead, argues for a new perspective and worldview, claiming that all things are flawed, that is, actual entities are dynamically interrelated with others and they interact through the event-based actual occasions. So like Whitehead, Vandana Shiva also criticized the Newtonian Cartesian's idea of the separation as represented in traditional Western thought, arguing that it allows people to justify their dominant and hierarchical views to maintain control, that it became the dominant worldview during the Industrial Revolution. Furthermore, she also introduced a new science such as like a quantum theory that can be used to highlight the inseparable of all things. So she claims ecology teaches us everything is a web of the life, that Gaia is a self-organizing system at every level, from the cell to organism to the planet. So I open with the example of what can happen when we shift the paradigm toward ecological civilization. So like for farmer Mundalim, food or farming should not be a commercial item that can serve everywhere in the world, even though some people might say food is commercial good or commodities. But every being on the ground interacts with and influence the environment in different ways. Historically, every culture and region produces its own unique food. Since everyone must eat, and return to local food sovereignty might be the key to food security for the earth. So globalization has left Earth with an agricultural crisis and food crisis. Industrial globalization as a food system has ruined the earth and humanity at the same time. So we must ultimately shift to an ecological worldview of the interdependence for the earth. By holding this ecological worldview of the interdependence, we can actually protect local farms and local food in order to reduce our environmental footprint and rebalance economic inequality that result from the globalization of the farming system. So we need to paradigm of the farming grounded in a focus on the local community, regional farmers, and ethical practice and distribution system. A regionalized system of the harmonized practice like this will bring us ethical and sustainable food and helping to protect the environment for all creatures as a part of the interconnected web of life in our planet. So interestingly, as I mentioned earlier, Moon and her husband have traveled all over the Asia rural area for 30 years every winter, meeting Asian farmers and spreading the organic farming method and learning about their local farming method. Her farming implies that farming practice is not just a practice itself, it's giving nutrients for us, and it is a being itself and sacred. Thus, a farming practice deserves dignity and respect. We have a dignity and respect for their farming practice against our greed and inequalities and over-consuming. We can take steps toward a new paradigm in hope, ensuring that all things can live together in harmony with Earth and with our life. So while global corporations such as Monsanto and Cargill privileged the native seeds given by nature to sell for their greed, Korean female farmer like Bundalim, as represented like a Korean grandmother, she have tried to keep their native seeds and farm for their family and for their local communities. According to the Shin Kim's book, a Korean grandmother farmer said, the universe is on a steamed rice spoon. Spoonful rice is engraved with the life of the female farmers who endured and overcome diverse seasons and times in history. Their tears and their strengths remained at their dining table as they have overcome all sorts of the discrimination, colonialism, and patriarchal neoliberal capitalism. So we can see the new paradigm and wisdom from these Korean grandmothers farming instead of the old mechanical colonial paradigm and development. That's it. Thank you.
Thanks, Hyun Jung. Yeah. Our last speaker is Dr. Jacob Erickson. Yeah, Dr. Jacob Erickson is an assistant. Okay, sorry. It's assistant professor of theological ethics in the School of Religion, Theology, and Peace Study at Trinity College, Dublin, and a director of undergraduate teaching and learning for this school, a constructive theologian, and a theological ethicist. Dr. Erickson writes to evoke an eco-theology of planetary conviviality, the playful and just cherishing of the life together. In the midst of current ecological crisis, ecological injustice, emergent perspective in the wake of global warming and the new challenge in energy production. In his writing, Dr. Erickson meditate on the complex relationship of Earth and divinity, decolonize environmental ethics and queer theory, classical Christian and theology, and contemporary constructive therapeutics. He is currently working on an extended project on the intersection of global warming and theology called a therapeutics of the earth, divinity in the Anthropocene, and finishing up a book on climate grief and therapeutic, forthcoming with Fortress Press. His vital work in queer eco-theology appear in Meaningful Flesh, Reflection on Religion and Nature for a Queer Planet. The title of your paper is Epiphanic Ecologies, Queer Therapeutic for a Planet in the Process. Welcome, Dr. Erickson.
There are many people in this room in whose books I've uttered thank you late at night, and so now I begin in gratitude. Oh, hello. A little over 50 years ago, John Cobb published a book titled with an interrogative invitation that haunts us all. Is it too late? The question, I hope, is not perhaps posed as a sign of exhaustion at the end of a conference, nor is it posed to my body that thinks it's somewhere in the realm of 1 or 2 a.m. in Ireland still. It seems my paper has arrived too late, and the bodied words of this event, this occasion that might have constituted my writing differently, have perhaps already reshaped my own thinking and yours, to such an extent that my own gestures, written out of anticipation, might only serve to transgress the patience of your attention. Tough luck. Is it too late? Haven't we covered anything? Everything. What is a great week this has been, and I can't wait for what's next. It's too late for this, Jake, don't you know? No. The question, is it too late, posed urgently before my birth and hovering delicately over our collective futures, haunts here because it seems that despite so much bad news, so many ominous predictions, in many ways, many parts of society have consciously and unconsciously caught up to holding forth this very query. Extinctions, IPCC timelines, apocalyptic fictions, school sit-ins, and more. The question, is it too late, carries with it, for those who ask with seriousness, a kind of devastating incredulity. Is it too late? Asked with the sinking feeling in the pit of many of our stomachs that it is, in fact, a kind of despair might set its claws in, and there are some creatures and places, actions and inactions it is too late for. We know this in the tragedy of our living. The difference, however, is that Cobb's question seemed less about the scientific timelines and devastations of the present and more about the possibility of metanoia itself. Was it too late for a change of commitment on the part of theology in particular, but in all of us, for marshaling relational responsibility for our ecological context? Commitment implies a range of affective possibilities and dispositions: dedication, courage, attention, self-obligation, enactment, charge, and for the theologically inclined, devotion. Commitment is not merely a dedication to a description of the world or a logical alignment, but cultivated aesthetic and affective senses of orientations to the world, to the relationalities that constitute and exceed us. How do we form a conduit for the relational energies that make up you and me across time and space, in our bodies and in divinity, to participate in just forms of creative transformation? As Cobb wrote, critiquing hierarchical and anthropocentric stewardship models of ecological action, since we ourselves are part of nature, we can recognize that process working in ourselves, both in our bodies and in our personalities, as well as in our environment. We can develop sensitivity to that process, and by restraint and openness, assist its working both within and without. I am sensitive to the words deployed here for a potential ecological ethic, affective sensitivity to the process within, a play of restraint and openness for the sake of love and justice. We might call this a nimble environmental theology of attunement, where apophatic and intimate interplays of guardedness and reciprocity and receptivity go together and attempt a response or responsibility. Any attempt to respond or marshal a responsibility without affective transformation is futile. So many of the caustic processes that get essentialized in their nominalization need more textured flexibility and a sense of affective particularity. Extinction, deforestation, acidification, pollution, as if they are one thing in their devastation. All are more many than their abstractions of name offer. In the time I have with you, I want to play with asking Cobb's question of commitment in two further ways. Firstly, a furthering of an effective range. Is it too late to, or perhaps even proper to, maybe an unlikely privilege, to mourn and take delight in the ecological ambiguity of our planetary contexts? Might we not feel guilty or overburdened in grieving loss and recognizing pleasure, sometimes in their messy intermingling as a vital persuasive force for a kind of survival and resistance? Secondly, refracted in that first question, and just as pressing as, for me, renewed and very public political policy attacks on the dignity of LGBTQ+, and particularly trans folks, sweeps parts of the United States and Europe. In the last month, my home state, North Dakota, has passed over 20 bills when it hasn't touched a single one in the past. One might ask whether it is too late for new queer perspectives to nuance our effective political energies of grief and pleasure to meet the climate crisis both as a crisis of environmental history and a crisis of social solidarity. Put simply, can a queer poetics and a queer process theopoetics offer any wisdom for the climate movement navigating ecological loss? My conviction here is that queer ecology can begin to emerge between these two questions, and that it might offer theology or theopoetics or an artistic capacity for feeling through our collective planetary future. One might be struck by an epiphany of insight, relationality, and the unexpected possibilities of, as womanist theologians remind us, making a way out of no way. In the last few years, scholars in the environmental humanities have turned to ask questions of affect theory and the various phenomena of ecological grief, eco-anxiety, climate grief, apocalypse fatigue, and a range of ecological feelings associated with our current ecological devastations. I found these scholars incredibly helpful to think through the warp and woof of the feelings and emotions that occur in the wake of ecological injustice and climate colonialism. While some of these inquiries are sometimes associated with eco-psychology or pastoral care, we would be wrong to solely locate them as such. Somebody told me I was working on a pastoral care project, and I said, yeah, I guess so, maybe. They're political possibilities of feeling. How do feelings of ecological loss or the complex emotions associated with a sense of looming dread about our planet occur in cultural and political keys? And how do we engage in them and with creative transformation in mind? In a range of disciplines, scholars as varied as Joanna Macy, Ashley Consolo, Neville Ellis, Leslie Davenport, Leslie Head, Sarah Jaquette Ray, Joshua Trey Barnett, Trebby Johnson, Glenn Albrecht, and others that haven't quite sort of marshaled into my process conversations yet, have published wide arrays of studies on ecological affect, politics, and the impact of what is variously called ecological or climate grief. Calls for papers and recent gatherings of the American Academy of Religion, including this coming one, now finally include this topic. Consolo and Ellis, based on their research with Inuit communities in Alaska, have offered a kind of definition and decolonial definition, I think, in Nature, in the magazine Nature, where ecological grief is, quote, the grief felt in relation to experienced or anticipated ecological losses, including the loss of species, ecosystems, and meaningful landscapes due to the acute or chronic environmental change. Grief holds within its vision losses of species, losses of cultural practices and memory, displacement, fears of losses to come, and more. Consuelo and Ellis's definition illumines and intersects themes of process thought with remarkable resonance, felt relation, the back and forth of experience and anticipation, meaningful value. In her important article, Working Through Environmental Despair, poet Joanna Macy taps into those resonances in different ways, noting that ecological despair and grief cannot be ignored or gotten over, but must be worked through in riding the wave. What we are really dealing with here, she writes, is akin to the original meaning of compassion, suffering with. It is the distress we feel in connection to the larger whole of which we are a part. It is our pain for the world. Instead of seeing the parts and wholes as constitutive, disconnected, it's Macy's observation of the withness of grieving, the environmental despair, that it's not only about what we actively bear witness to from a distance, but the real shifting and tumbling entangled webs of relation that pull at and in our bodies and hearts. The importance of grieving ecologically is that it's an art of feeling through the textured impacts of a potential metaphysics. It's about recognizing that the grief in our bones is the grief of an ecosystem. The feeling of loss is bound up in a relational pleasure of connection, the desire for what is lost. In his 2022 book, Mourning in the Anthropocene, Joshua Trey Barnett notes that the effective turn in eco-criticism in ecological grief research usually appeals to two general principles. Firstly, Barnett observes that scholars in this area note a, quote, awareness of knowledge, note that an awareness of knowledge of environmental and planetary crises alone does not guarantee that one will work to mitigate the disasters about which one has learned. Goes to the point I remember Gus Speth saying this to us at Yale as well, that was said earlier. Barnett refers here wisely to the insights gleaned from scholars of climate communication that simply spouting facts about climate change to people doesn't change their minds or urgency or invite them into participation and transformation. Scholars of religion and ecology might say, yeah, finally, people are catching up. Connecting emotional awareness and the conviction of value lures responses and responsibilities on with a wise sense of urgency. Secondly, Barnett argues that in a statement that sounds like a potential oversimplification, different feelings move us in different directions towards distinctive values, thoughts, and inclinations, maybe a lure for feeling. Thinking about the movement of feeling is not an act of reductive calculus, I would argue, but to echo earlier words from Cobb, recognizing the process within ourselves. Here Barnett asks me what is a crucial question. How, though, he writes, do people become capable of mourning ecological losses and earthly transformations? What fosters the capabilities or capacities of sensitivity, of attention, and tapping into potential chaotic transformations of earthly life in our present moment for the sake of justice, resilience, resistance, and political possibility? The question is crucial for Barnett in that the capacity to mourn beyond the human is linked to the capacity, indeed the desire and willingness to undertake the difficult and yet necessary work of maintaining conditions of earthly coexistence. Whereas many think of grief as simply an uncomplicatedly passive emotion, it's anything but. It navigates complicated dances of power, cultural context, and it might be attended to, felt, navigated, avoided, redirected. Grief is not an ontological state of being, I am in grief. It is sometimes a fraught navigation of relational intensities. Political geographer Leslie Head cautions that thinking about ecological grief might be an expression of a kind of anxiety about the loss of Western imperial power. I'm feeling ecological grief because I can't live the way that I have for the last few years. Sarah Jaquette Ray critiques approaches to climate anxiety in her own field guide and cautions another really important point, that it seems to be an overwhelmingly white phenomenon. She writes that exhaustion, anger, hope, the effects of oppression and resistance are not unique to this climate moment. What is unique is that people who have been insulated from oppression are now waking up to the prospect of their own unlivable future. And any asked question of whether it is too late must reckon with the historical question that it has been too late for many, time and time again. Given all that I've said so far about ecological grief, what strikes me is the powerful, creative, and unexpected ways that queer scholars in particular are thinking about the politics of grief for a livable future. Excuse me. Queer theorist Judith Butler has wrestled with, in their definitions of precarious life, grief and grievance, grievability, and what counts as grievable in society. As Butler observes, an ungrievable life is one that cannot be mourned because it has never lived, that it has never counted as life at all. Ungrievable lives, lives suppressed from various viewpoints of anthropocentrisms, androcentrisms, white supremacies, heterosexisms, cissexisms, reflect a variety of political priorities. And relearning to grieve is a process of compassionately challenging the false sovereignties of in ourselves, our unacknowledged griefs, and the political marginalization of things that should be grieved for. It's urgent, requiring the urgency of immediacy for the sake of transformation, and it's urgent, requiring a slow kind of attention. The contradictory experience of that is definite. In her article, Aesthetics of Loss, critical geographer Catherine Youssef frames the possibility of grieving in this way. Sadness is the uncovering of a tie of interdependence. Transforming the sadness into a resource for politics involves then an engagement with the exuberance of presence and practices of care, and an engagement with the ways in which violence is sutured in all sorts of banal and catastrophic ways into community relations. What I'm not arguing for here is a kind of mass lamentation, weeping in the streets, crying in every public gathering, or an intensification of feelings of loss for every minute creature and companion that would be impossible and possibly apocalyptic, and a drive towards a certain kind of sovereignty. I can grieve everything. But a sense of textured locatedness. And I'm not doing an altar call trip. I'm Lutheran, we don't know how to do those. And I'm not offering here a kind of morose pessimism or cynicism, asking us to focus solely on the negativity. Grief in its complicatedness, noted by many gay liberation theologians, it is frequently responded to with nuanced practices of play and eroticism, drag, performativity, mocking, humor, ashes actions, glitter bombs, and folks like Nicole Seymour, one of my colleagues who works in queer ecology, has a whole new book on glitter and the difficulties of plastic and queer politics. It's quite really remarkable. In queer perspective, ecological grief could rightly be viewed as a practice of failure. We fail to grieve only for what society expects us to grieve for. We can grieve for other creatures, our context. We can hold funerals for glaciers, processions that remember extinctions, and the proverbial child who holds a funeral for a baby robin they found in the yard. And we can direct public acts of care in unexpected ways that might look carnivalesque from the outside. Not just a joke, and not just serious academic or disciplinary work, but deep attentiveness, acknowledging absurdities and ironies in our context and losses. In a kind of summary, how might we proceed? And I've been struck lately by uncommon writers who've turned to contemplative and apophatic mystical traditions, with using the language of epiphany and contemplative undoing, revealing creaturely relationality. Classical epiphanies and theophanies, the burning bush, the silence of Horeb, transfiguration, holding the conflicting realities of loss and possibility together. The bush, enslavement and liberation, silence, the absence of divinity and its lurid prophetic work, transfiguration, an inheritance of the past and the risk of the future. The relationality of earth, divinity, and human provocation. One might recognize the vitality anew approaching ecological grief through practices of a fiercely contemplative political desire that may illumine the multiplicity of ecological relationality, flows of loss and desire, creaturely entanglements of earth and divine. My own attention with Whitehead and Judith Butler still in view has turned lately in this regard to the writings of the mid-20th century botanist, plant morphologist, and apophatic theology-obsessed Agnes Arber. I've been calling her AAA. In the 1950s, Arber turned to what biologists fear was a turn far out of left field, that they didn't recognize her anymore. From her writing on herbals and grains, water plants, and other plant philosophy, to mysticism and apophatic theology. Her books progressed from a classical text on grasses to the natural philosophy of plant form to a contemplative methodological guide, The Mind and the Eye, and to her final book, A Wrestling with Mystics and Apophatic Theology, somewhat abandoning plants altogether, called The Manifold and the One in 1957. Cambridge Press, her usual publisher, rejected the final book, fearing it too academic. They didn't know what to do with the mysticism of it. Whereas biologists see Arber getting more and more obscure in her task, it's actually a cultivated apophatic trajectory in her writing. Plants in contemplative observation unsay themselves, growing, reaching, forming, and unforming over time, constantly referring back to their ecological contexts. If you know the images in classical botany books of the image of a plant as the sort of typological form, they can't actually depict the plant as it is. They have to depict entire life cycles of it and possible roots and shoots, such that even trying to draw a picture of a plant unsays itself in its own context. For Arber, and some coming to conclusion, for Arber, it meant that a kind of unsaying mysticism and recognizing a cosmology where the oneness of contemplation is always a manifold. She would write that we may be, by working with false dualisms and ignoring the ecological messy context of creatures, and we may, by pursuing it, come to know not merely as a static dictum, but as a winged intuition carrying the infinitude of significance both in mind and heart, that the one is the manifold and the manifold is the one. One might, yeah, sorry, I'm going a little on here. One might approach holy ground, where in a garden or a plant, after a night of partying or a conference like this with friends, we might ask various cups to be taken from us. We might imagine queer ways of earth bearing witness to ourselves and to our loves. In one version of contemporary Gethsemane, as Mary Oliver writes, the other creatures bore witness to us. Jesus said, "Wait with me," and maybe the stars did. Maybe the wind wound itself into a silver tree and didn't move. Maybe the lake far away, where he once walked on it as a blue pavement, lay still and waited, wide awake. That contemplative practice of mysticism unsays our context, pays attention to the messy losses always ongoing and in place, and redirects our attention to the ways that others are bearing witness to our losses as well. Thanks.
Thank you, our dear presenters. Okay, so I really appreciate the thoughtful and meaningful contribution from Travis, Hen-Yong, and Jacob. Also, each of you approach the topic from different viewpoint, your ideas will equally deep and meaningful. Travis provide the transpersonal perspective. Hen-Yong offer insight from Korea feminist perspective, and Jacob discussing the topic through the lens of queer theory. Despite your different viewpoints, all of you recognize the urgent need for paradigm shift to address the ecological crisis we are facing today. So now I'm wondering, do you have a question for each other? Any question? Okay, do you have one, Travis?
I said too many.
Too many? Okay. So, okay, if you don't have a question for each other, I will first ask our presenters questions. Very simple one, don't worry about. So then, I will open the floor to our audience for Q&A. So the question, I ask a question in the order, follow the order of a presentation. So the first question go to you. Okay, so it sounds like it has been 5 years, right? Since we last met in 2018, right? And I'm happy to see you here again in Claremont. Actually, your work in organic farming has earned my admiration, right? So, and also, we have eco-village in China. Yeah, maybe later I will sincerely invite you to talk with our young student. So in your presentation, you share your perspective, unique perspective, known as transpersonal sustainability, TS, right? So in your paper, you argue that TS is the most effective approach to overcoming challenge and require a paradigm shift based on spirituality and self-realization. I completely agree with your view. So my question here for you is whether TS can be applied to field other than transpersonal agroecology. Yeah, why you emphasize here so much on organic farming, right? Can you apply the TS to other field? Yeah.
Right. Okay. Yeah, no, fine. I think that's, sometimes I don't know why I do what I do. Most of the time I don't know why I do what I do. Therapy helped me learn that. And so I think that's part of why I articulated it was, given the circles that I run in, I just started to notice, even in mainstream sustainability education, people speaking to that, speaking to the transpersonal shift. And so, I think part of the reason that I wrote it is just to say, to invite maybe the possibility of other disciplines that are seeing the same necessity. So I'm not necessarily going to apply it outside, but I do think that it could be done. And I didn't bring it into my slides, but I start the paper with invoking Donella Meadows and Thomas Kuhn. Thomas Kuhn talks about in Structures of Scientific Revolutions, when paradigms shift, it happens when the answers in some disciplines start to answer the questions that were unsolvable in other disciplines. And so then you can, and I think that that's apparent, right, in terms of, again, metaphysics. Shifting the metaphysics starts to answer problems in all of these disciplines. And so I do think it's on that level, and the same with Donella Meadows, when she talks about the 12 places to intervene in a system, she's talking about paradigms. Like that you can do stocks and flows at the top, but as soon as you start to transform paradigms, then whole systems shift. And so I do think that the transpersonal, as was applicable in agriculture and as is applicable in sustainability, I think we could find that shift across disciplines. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Okay, so my second question goes to Heng-Yun Zhang. Yeah, you talk about the historical significance of the grandmother model, right, in farming, offering examples of Monday Lin, right, okay, and your grandmother, right, who utilized their strengths, knowledge, and wisdom to help their family and underprivileged individuals overcome the challenge of life. So I'm wondering, does this model still be effective in today's ecological crisis? Yeah.
That's good questions. And it's just something weird when I talk about the new paradigm while using the old Asian wisdoms, my Korean grandmother. But I thought at first the grandmother model was 10 years ago when I was writing my master's thesis in Korea. So at that time, while writing my papers on reflecting on the Sally McFake's works, I was just thinking about, is there any suitable Korean situations models instead other than McFake's proposed models? So first I proposed the Korean model as for the Korean as Korean grandmother who has experienced a lot of history and oppressions in her age. And then I was researching for the post-colonial example with thinking about the theme of this conference and the topic given to me. I thought these kinds of Korean grandmother or Korean grandmother's farmer could be the way of the an example, but I don't think that it could be applied for everyone, but this Korean grandmother can be an example for my community or my culture, and so that's why I think she could be the example or model or metaphors to express the the ecological civilizations. So, yeah.
Thank you. Actually, I have a lot of questions for you. But due to time limitation, I will ask you privately. Yeah, whenever we met later. Okay, so the question I have for Jacob. Okay, more than 50 years ago, as you mentioned in your paper, Dr. Cobb's book, Is It Too Late?, was published, and many people read it and found it is very important work. I'm grateful that you introduced the concept of ecological grief as we contemplate the need for paradigm shift. According to Whitehead's philosophy, every occasion is a drop of experience. The entire universe is comprised of those drops of feeling, including those griefs. So it is an ocean of feelings. The universe, it's an ocean of feelings. Therefore, a paradigm shift would be unattainable without acknowledging the role of the emotion and the experience in the process. I just got your paper last night. I really like it. Yeah. And now we are facing the most serious ecological crisis. In order to avoid the fate of humanity's self-destruction, every soul on the earth should awake and take action. I'm very grateful and feel very grateful that queer also joined this great movement. I have learned a lot from your presentation or paper. Since my major is Chinese traditional aesthetics, I have several questions. But okay, here I only ask you one question. Okay, I note that you mentioned that you have your own ongoing project about ecological grief. Can we know about your concrete approach to promote the paradigm shift? Can we know more about that ongoing project?
So the background for this is that in teaching undergraduate classes frequently, or in teaching in public settings, right, you speak about climate change and the energy goes out of the room because everyone's so keenly aware of the crisis. And so the question for me was, if I simply offer a new metaphysics or even a new kind of sovereign paradigm, simply as here, try this one, it's not going to lure the kind of transformation that's potentially politically possible. You can't simply say, here's the menu, choose something, because people are so already disempowered by it. And so the question for me becomes, how do you invite potential engagements with grief, not denials of it, but also acknowledge that grief does not have to be a pathway to a sense of nihilistic despair, because grieving isn't that. It's a relearning of relationality constantly over and over again. And it seems to me that the most effective grief practices are largely done through the senses of poiesis and ritual that can hold contradictory feelings and emotions that may be present. I may grieve the loss of my grandmother, for instance, but that loss is not a negative memory. It's the positive love and memory of that particular relationality for me in that particular way. So how do you invite folks to think poetically, aesthetically, in ritualized ways about the complicated places that they are, that offers agency, that offers political transformation? And I think you're seeing it in school sit-in marches, in funerals for glaciers in Iceland, and in very public sort of lamentation and play programs. But I also learned this particularly from gay liberation activists in the wake of the HIV/AIDS crises that were doing drag, that were doing die-ins, that were doing very creative and artistic. You look at a climate march, what's going on, look at all the creativity of those posters. That, to me, is embodied and transformed grief. And that's what I want in my theology. And so, yeah.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah. Actually, I have some questions here, but I won't ask you. Okay, I hope I have a possibility, to talk with you after, our session. Okay, thanks, Travis, Henyu, and Jacob. So now we invite our audience to ask our presenters questions you may have.
Okay, we have time for about 2 questions. I see 1. Any other hands? I see 2.
Thank you. So in our work in psychospiritual psychotherapy, I and some of my colleagues find it absolutely crucial to distinguish between the transpersonal and the divine as distinct but intimately related domains and territories. And I think I'm hearing Travis talk about the transpersonal and Jacob talking about the divine. I know we're short of time. Maybe in 2 sentences you could each sort of celebrate something and critique something in the others, or I don't know. Do you guys see yourselves talking about similar or different things, and if so, how?
I'd have, some of the language is new for me, so I'm still processing that. What I will say is potentially what is a relational difference is our starting points. I'm looking at a lot of folks who begin with aesthetics, and you're beginning with a lot of folks who are agriculturalists, or Gus Speth being a politician, seeing actually like, oh yeah, the religious organizers and theologians and environmental ethicists and aestheticists and aesthetes had it right, we're just trying to make policy change and we failed in transforming hearts and minds. So maybe the point of start is different.
Yeah, and I address this in my paper too, where like I'm inappropriately conflating like identity, spirituality, self-realization, right? Not because there aren't real differences that matter, but just as a way of trying to show, these sustainability theorists who are intimating that there's something bigger. And I don't want to alienate them by being like, well, I'm sorry, what you actually mean is like I'm just trying to like aggregate them in a way that we could say, hey, here are potential allies in terms of, this paradigm shift on a metaphysical level. And so I appreciate you bringing out that distinction, between the transpersonal and the divine, because I probably did conflate the two. Yeah.
Okay. I have a question for Jacob, but before I want to say that, hey Jung, I think that it's such a precious connection that you have not just one Korean grandmother, but you have met several ones, and I think these people and meeting these people and learning from their approach, I think is something that we really lack. We lack masters, we lack wise people who share their experiences, and I think also Masanobu Fukuoka, which Travis mentioned, he was not a Korean grandmother, but a Japanese grandfather maybe, but maybe he was also a person like that. And I think especially the interconnectedness of nature in terms of the human-nature relation in agriculture can often only be expressed through personalities. So thank you for sharing that. My question is for Jacob, and what you said about grief, especially ecological grief, really resonated with me. I think a lot of people here in the room know this feeling, and I can totally see how this can be a transformative power, but at the same time it's also a really deep valley. And I wanted to ask you, which kind of circumstances or maybe catalysts do you think are necessary for it not to be a dump, like to be able to come out of the valley stronger and more motivated and somehow able to transform others so that this paradigm shift can happen?
It's a great question. I probably could answer it in a few different ways. I think the one that I linger with the most is the way that theorists of ecological grief frame it as anticipated loss, and the loss of a kind of projected future, such that many of the environmentalist responses are, we have to save the planet, with that kind of like soteriology. We have to save the planet for our children and our children's children. And meanwhile, I'm saying, whose children and why human children? And the idea that there's a sort of projected telos or end goal as something that is motivating certain kinds of grief, I think is a dead end for a lot of folks. And so the way I talk about grief as a kind of theopoetic practice or as a contemplative practice is I'm really interested in the nearness of the texture of grief, because I want it to stay in the presentist moment such that it might instigate other possible futures that folks don't have to rely on the anticipated losses in that such a way. Now, factually, scientifically, of course there are anticipated losses, right? There are species that will go extinct that are living in our lifetime, that we know this. But how you bear the memory of that creature, of that relation, can be bore into the future differently. Donna Haraway's end of her staying with the trouble, I think, is a really gorgeous fictionalized way of doing that. So futurity is the big thing that I start with, at least.
Let's give the final panel a hand, friends. Thank you, guys. Well, what to say to conclude the conference? A few brief words. And I want to remind everyone, first off, that the film festival begins tonight. 7 o'clock is the first film at Lemley Theaters just down the street. It continues through the 20th. 10 films are being played. It's going to be an excellent event with conversations following every film. If you're interested, please attend that. Well, Whitehead's philosophy is a philosophy of events, and this conference has certainly been an event, hasn't it? And one way to think about events in a basic kind of way is through phases of inheritance, reception, and anticipation. So if we think about this conference as an event, what have we inherited? Well, we've inherited the objective data and influence of 50 years of the Center for Process Studies. And Dr. Cobb, I'd like to ask you to stand. I would ask everyone let's give Dr. Cobb a hand for his amazing influence in starting the Center for Process Studies. And I'd like to ask for a moment of silence for David Ray Griffin, who, beside Cobb, has been so influential in all that we have inherited. So let's take a moment. Thank you. So in part, if that's what we've inherited, the objective datum of the past flowing into the emergent event, the event has to receive something, and it receives something in a certain way. So here's something we've received. We've received 36 presentations and 12 moderated panel discussions, and I suspect that we've all received it in a certain kind of way. So if you have presented, if you're a moderator, if you're a presenter, would you stand for a moment? Let's give them a hand. Thank you very much. And of course, there is also the moment of not just inheritance, not just reception, but anticipation. What are we anticipating? Anticipation refers to an unknown future, refers to a manifold of possibilities that are not yet but still might be. I think I'm left with the sense that we have a manifold of possibilities ahead. And to conclude, before Andrew makes a few comments, I'd like to offer call it a meditative benediction, the words of Whitehead himself. It's one of my favorite quotes. I think it captures this notion of the possibilities that lie ahead for the center as we move into the next 50 years. He says, "I wish I could convey the sense I have of the infinities of possibility that confront humanity, the limitless variations of choice, the possibility of novel and untried combinations, the happy turns of experiment, the endless horizons opening out. As long as we experiment, as long as we keep this possibility of progressiveness, we and our societies are alive. When we lose them, both we and our societies are dead, no matter how externally active we and they may be, no matter how materially prosperous they and we may appear. And nothing is easier than to lose this element of novelty. It is the living principle in thought which keeps all alive." So stay alive, my friends. Thank you very much.
And actually, I just want to take the opportunity for one final thank you to Andrew Davis, who actually is the organizer of this entire event. All right. See you next time.
Yeah, oh my gosh, thank you.
I love that image of the rice. That's very good. Yeah, it's a nice way to end.
Okay.
So, oh,
Okay. Okay. All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I'm mentally associated
Okay. Yeah.
kind of ecological and grief.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll give you a hug.
Okay.
Thank you so much. That was great. I'll write something down and give it to you.
Okay.
Yeah.
yeah.
Which itself has
Okay.
diversity, like in our morals, as we say.
You opened up a whole channel of thinking for me.
Yeah.
And I would, do you have a copy of your,
Yeah.
Do you want to give me your?
Yes, I'll give me your e-address and I'll send you
Okay.
an email to
It's just TCOX. So like my name.
TCOX
Yep. At Naropa.
at Naropa. Okay. Naropa.
.edu.
Also, yeah, I particularly was interested in the Cunningham book
Yeah, it's
and the
really
Bedell
good. Yeah.
article or book. Is it?
It was just an article that he published, and so you can get that as a PDF online under deep adaptation. If you just Google deep adaptation.
Okay, and that will be referenced in your paper.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
No. I went fast over that, but yeah. No, absolutely. Because I also think that
But I was curious,
in
we were
cross-cultural
talking about
context, psychological
right at the
grief
end,
looks
sort of
very
alluded
different.
to
So, for instance,
the